initially, 2 companies already registered assembler, and they employ as at, according to Minister of Industry, about 4,000 employees are already working in auto assemblers, assembly companies in Nigeria. So that contribution is, and gradually we can grow that one in terms of employment, in terms of skill acquisition, and in terms of value chain that we are talking about. The value chain is we have some plastic we use in vehicles. We have some electrical things that they can do. The welding, all this one can be done locally. That's why we say development of local content. And when you look at the local content we can do here in Nigeria, we can do it to the extent that at least 50% of what it takes to assemble a vehicle or manufacture a vehicle can be done locally. And if we can do this, think of what we are going to conserve. I mentioned the other time that about 10% of our annual budget expenditure also go to what the people spend on importing of vehicle is about 10% of our annual budgeted expenditure. So if that is the case, think of what we are going to conserve. Right. And then I'm sure it's a huge contribution to the economy.
All right, thank you so much. Nigeria really has huge opportunities, and if we did the right thing, I'm sure we will be blossoming in this particular sector. We must say a very big thank you to you, Wemimo, for joining us on the show today.
Thank you for having me.
All right, Wemimo Osonikme is the CEO of JTM Company Motors, and he has done justice to the issue, and of course, we just hope that government will do the right thing so Nigerians can begin to smile and enjoy all the profits and all of the benefits. Before we go, poor nutrition costs Nigeria over $1.5 billion in GDP every year, threatening the health of citizens and the economic potential of the nation. Now, fortifying staple foods like oil, flour, salt, and sugar with key vitamins and minerals is one of the most scalable, sustainable, and cost-effective tools to combat malnutrition in Nigeria and worldwide. That was the main thrust at the 4th Annual Nigerian Food Processors and Nutrition Leadership Forum to announce progress in fortifying staple foods with essential vitamins and minerals. That's the size of the show for today. I am Justin Akadonye. See you again next time. At the 4th Annual Nigeria Food Processing and Leadership Forum, data showing significant progress in the fortification of staple foods in Nigeria was presented. During the last 4 years, the forum has experienced increased engagement by the federal government and CEOs of Nigeria's largest food processing companies, resulting in years of steady progress. The data presented at the forum, which was chaired by Aliko Dangote, demonstrated sustained fortification compliance for some key micronutrients and a decline for others, largely due to supply chain issues caused by the pandemic of COVID-19. Also, the issue of the Russia-Ukraine crisis came to the fore with a specific mention of wheat production.
It's not a false claim, and I'm sure that NAFDAC has also been working on this because we've got several visits of multi-purpose tankers and trailers in conveying vegetable oil, and we are working with NAFDAC on that.
As of today, prices of wheat have gone up. Now, there's a lag in the system that comes because of inventory controls and inventory management, but it is something that we need to be sitting down with government today to discuss about what measures can we put in place to alleviate what is coming down the road.
Russia and Ukraine, they do almost about 13% of the world's urea and then 26% of the world's potash. And then phosphate also, they are one of the largest in the world. So, and that though has actually, gone up. There will be scarcity of food generally, because people will not be able to access fertilizers going forward. And we will not see the effect now, but in the next 2-3 months, this thing is going to show.
Fortifying staple foods has been proven to be one of the most cost-effective and scalable tools to combat malnutrition and save lives.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
My father has a lot of sides, and you hear about the fights. You don't hear about family that much and what that meant to him.
What's your dad's name?
Muhammad Ali.
No one, not even some members of his family, knew of the existence of these audio tapes until recently.
Ma'am, you're now 11 years old.
They thread the narrative of the boxing champion's life in Claire Lewis's documentary. Ali's daughter, Hannah, offered the tapes to Lewis.
Say, I love my daddy.
I love my daddy. I love my poo-poo head daddy.
Okay.
My father was always conscious about history. And, I think that's one of the reasons why he made this series of audio tape cassette recordings.
Say, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
The film shows the whole world in love with him. Testimonials of friends and adversaries paint the Olympian and three-time boxing champion Cassius Clay, later Muslim convert Muhammad Ali, as a sensitive, poignant, and courageous man. Because he refused to serve in the Vietnam War, he was stripped of his championship title, and his boxing license was revoked. His close friend, former football player Jim Brown, remembers.
He had a lot of courage. The risk he had to take, and then to be isolated, to have his crown taken away, not be able to make a living, that was difficult.
But he stuck to his convictions, and in 1974, at the age of 32, Ali made a comeback.
When George Foreman meets me, I was at a high altitude.
Diagnosed with Parkinson's, but to the world and his children, he remains an icon of power and grace.
If anyone wonder why me, Muhammad Ali, is making these tapes, is because history is so beautiful.
Penelope Pulu, VOA News, Washington.
Hello and welcome. On this episode on One-on-One today, I'm speaking with a professional with over 18 years experience. His name is Aziz Abida. Now, those who have worked with him say he possesses strong leadership qualities and management skills. He has worked in about 12 industries, including general management, corporate finance, portfolio management, investment banking, private equity and financial advisory. He's the former CEO of IHS Rwanda, one of the top 10 largest companies in Rwanda with an estimate of 50 million annual revenue. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Amida.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time. My first question to you is, like, you've done all of these things. What are you up to now?
Well, right now, I left IHS in September, so I decided to take time to write a book and I consult for a lot of companies now, about 3, 4, on structuring themselves for growth and helping them position themselves for funding and the rest. Then also spending some time setting up my foundation to, give back to society as we go. Yeah, so that's more like.
So now that you're in control of your own time, are you busier than when you worked for companies?
Yes. Right now, I can't remember the last time I slept before 3 a.m. I still get my 6 hours daily, but I sleep almost 3 a.m. daily now because you're in control and you just feel like this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this, and then you're juggling. Before it was like one company you're working for. Now you're juggling about 3 companies together to make sure, okay, yes, tomorrow morning we need to go for an investor presentation, make sure this is ready, and things like that. So it's much busy now.
Oh, wow. Okay, so every time we hear this word corporate governance, how do we ensure that companies follow through with it? We only just being another tick box exercise.
I think we are beyond the age of corporate governance being a tick box now. It's now investor really big. So corporate governance is extremely important, especially since 2008 when we have this whole financial crisis. And it's been that way since then. So you have US implementing Sarbanes-Oxley and a lot of other policies coming into place to ensure that you can protect stakeholders in a business through corporate governance. So yeah, I don't think any company would ever treat it as a tick box anymore. It will be difficult.
Okay. Well, if you say so, now let's talk. Would do it better.
So if you go to some of the most advanced companies you have in the world, can't make mistakes, they would make mistakes. But they make it in different degrees. And a lot of them realize, they take a step back, and then they go forward again. So, but what differentiates a challenge of leadership anywhere? Private organizations have a lot, from controlling politics to controlling employee engagement to making sure everybody is equally treated. It's a lot of problems on the leadership side. So yeah, I don't think it's private organizations have it better scenario.
Well, we all assume they have it better.
I've never assumed that.
Okay, now let's talk also about finding. So this CEO is about to resign. Why is succeeding him always sometimes like a challenge? Why is grooming leaders to succeed people a challenge sometimes?
Well, you can't really know a successor is good until he succeeds. So it's like I always say, if I have you as a staff, you're fantastic at what you do. Then you tell me there's another guy that is behind you. I could tell you, okay, yeah, that guy is there. But the question is, you're going, I know what I get, but I don't know what I'm going to get with the next guy. So it's like an investment. You want to invest in something. Do you know the return? No.
Okay.
So technically, it's a bit difficult to go to the point. So succession planning is always something that saying to the person, okay, how do a lot of things that comes in place? The point is, if you want to test that theory, let's take a country like the US. Most of these guys that are leaders in the US, they go through schools, the best schools in the world, come through one of the best political systems in the world, but do they end up being the best leaders in the world? Not really. You really can't.
Mr. Amida, let's come to our country.
No, but I'm trying to stay away from.
Why? Because I just also feel like, Nigeria. So it's fantastic that you made that analysis. They go to the best schools. Yes, it doesn't always mean the same, but like in the schools, in learning, there's some. They're doing projects, they're doing like different things. But Nigeria is, like we say, man no man has brought this person in, whether he has the capabilities or not, whether he has the. I don't even really like to look at degrees, because I always say that degrees is not character. At the end of the
true.
day.
I agree with you. And at the same time, I always feel it's a personal journey. What you do as a leader defines a lot about you in terms of what you've. Leadership is something that until you take it, you don't really know how much variables are in front of you. You could look at someone that you say, this guy is a leader, he's not so great at what he's doing. It's easy. I can tell you, when I became CEO, I forgave every CEO I've ever worked with in my life. Because there is a lot of work a lot of things you don't normally see. And someone told me once and said, oh, maybe that's not something, oh, is that something you think you want to do? I said, that's the best experience in my life. I would do it anytime, any day, because it gives you so much. The pressure is huge. The government wants something, they call you. Your boss wants something from your holding company, they call you. Everyone that wants anything relating to that brand would call your name. So it's a really different ball game.
So how do you balance that?
Well, you need to find a lot of balancing everyday stuff. One, I like to distract myself a lot. I like to take myself away from work significantly. I play games, I go play games with my friends, go watch the game. Just do something that takes me away completely from everything. And I play football as much as possible. I do almost every sport that is available to do. But the aim of that is to ensure that I don't have any reason to pressure myself to the point where I can't function. And that's important, because you could really go hard on everything, and then next thing you find out, boom, you're taking it out on the staff, or taking it out on a peer or something. It's really hard to master. So I don't really believe, I believe systems work. But
I don't know, you correct me if I'm wrong, you're the one who has been a CEO here. I feel like there's some people that have the...
I think one thing that stayed constant all through me being in leadership is that if you want to lead people, you need to remove everything they can worry about outside of you. Now, what am I trying to say? I have staffs that will say, if I have a staff and he's worried about taking his kid to school, he can't concentrate. So anything I tell him, he can't do. So for me, my priority, I have a budget. This is my budget. This is what I can work with. It is now down to me to say, okay, how can I use this bucket in a way that makes sense to the company and at the same time to the people? So when I was in IHS Nigeria 7 years, and my team was one of the fastest growing teams.
Oh, wow.
I think I had more managers in my team than a lot of departments had in them. So it was basically, my aim was to balance in a way. I'm not saying I'm the perfect leader. There will always be faults everywhere here and there, because followership is more of a sacrifice than leadership is. Leadership, yes, is mostly imposed. I won't say imposed is not the right word. It's more debate. People can
increase the reach of your event 08 or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Thank you for staying with us on One-on-One. I still have Aziz Amida with me, and we're talking about leadership and leadership challenges in corporate organizations. Okay, so you've talked about your leadership style. What will you consider as the critical success factors for a leader?
People. You can't do without it. I always say, if your work happy, this lady here wants to be somewhere else. You spend a lot of time around. There'll be a lot of friction in the organization. So to me, having the right team that could work together, creating that environment that people could say when they wake up in the morning, they don't feel like they are under any pressure to come to work. I once had two staff who got into a very big conflict, and it lasted for a while. And I remember there was a time I was speaking with the manager. One was a manager, and they were like, one reports to the other. So they were, and I said to her, I said, the important factor for me is that at the end of this whole thing, at no point should this lady feel she doesn't want to come to work. So I'm not going to tell you how to run your team, but just know my concern is that she needs to be happy with the job. So if you feel this conflict makes her happy, it's fine. If you feel it doesn't make her happy, then get it resolved. So it's important to understand that those things they're salient, because one tiny problem can basically wreck the entire chain, because what you do affects what the next person does, and it goes on and on and on like that. So if one person is not functioning well, the whole team can't function.
I feel like I should ask you follow-up questions to that. Like, how do you ensure? Because, leadership, like you said, I really don't envy leaders, because leadership is a lot of work.
Yeah.
You're managing someone's not only personality, whatever self-confidence issues they have about themselves, how they were raised, and all of that. And you have to battle and balance that and ensure that you still get, your results at the end of the day, because...
Yeah. Because what has worked for me, because I think I can read people a lot. For me personally, I could almost tell how to deal with you in 2 minutes after talking to you. I could almost tell, okay, with this person you need to be extremely firm. With this person, be soft. With this person, I used to work in an environment where we shout a lot. And there was this lady that was working with me. I never shouted on her for 6 years.
Oh wow, how did you do that?
It would be like, okay, how does it? But to me, that's her personality. She works better when you're able to
explain.
Okay, you know what? Just take it easy. Go do this. Sometimes you get you get angry and you're like, oh wow, what's this? But I never really got into that position where I'm like, unlike some other people, and you're going hard at them. But then the other lady is like, she just comes to work and is like, okay, she comes and then you talk to her calmly. People say maybe it's the way she carries herself, but no, that's her personality. She works better when she's understood. And if he's thinking, if that guy is thinking, and you call his name, it works. So your ability, discernment is important in leadership. So these things, they look so small, but they go a long way. People look at you and think, oh, it's just that guy that does it. But no, you're paying attention to all those things because they are extremely important to you being successful.
Interesting. Okay, let's talk about employee behavior, especially in this era of great resignation.
Okay.
How should leaders, handle that? How should companies handle that now? Because it's almost like people just resigning, they're going into, I was reading a CNN report, and it was talking about how a lot of people, are resigning even from the jobs that are well paid and just, moving on. Was it the pandemic? I don't know. Tell us about it.
Well, it has two sides to it. I can't really confirm or say anything about the theory of the great resign, but and go for a lower one when all things are the same. So every time you look at them, if a man is making a decision, or a woman is making a decision, they are making it because they see a better opportunity in something else. So when this whole great resign, is a person resigning for something worse than what they had? I don't think so. So the same thing would apply. So, and it comes down to what I said, or something else. If I don't pay attention, then I'll leave. So you might call it anything, but the real problem is that everyone leaving any opportunity is leaving to what they believe in their mind is a better one. Whether it turns out to be better is a different thing, but over time, you really can't. I've seen people now. How is that relevant? Was that basically a law that was made and say, boom, this is how you relate to this guy? No, we grew up. Oh, I saw this person do it. Then I'm watching. So it's the same way. When in an organization, everyone below anyone is looking at the way you do things. They see you go into a meeting tomorrow and you're on your phone. Okay, maybe it's good to be on the phone. They see you go into, it's those little things. Culture is actually one of the things you contribute to in the subconscious a lot compared to any other thing. Processes you can draw on visual. Culture is a conscious effort towards little things to say, okay, as management, we want to do this way. When we go into the meetings, do we want to put our phones on the side so people see us that we do this? So it requires a lot of deliberate effort to make happen. So yeah, every day. And I leave the office at 5, get home at 10. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, why am I doing this to myself? You spend 5 hours. So if my hourly rate is, let's say, even if I make 300,000 a month, it means my hourly rate comes down to about that time alone. If that guy spent it focusing on, you make how do you call it? This is a very difficult question to answer because regrets are very hard to acknowledge, more or less. But I think I didn't go through my career with a lot of humility, basically. I wish I could have learned humility earlier in life.
Okay.
To say, I learned it the hard way as I grew up, but I wish I could have been, a bit more. If you ask people that work with me early on in my career and people that work with me much later, you'll see a very different divide. Maybe this person is, there.
Our time is fast spent, but I
Yeah.
cannot but help ask this last question. What difference did you notice in working in Rwanda and working in Nigeria? What was the shocking, should I say, difference? Was there like any...
That's like day and night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nigeria is like brash. We like to get it done now.
Aggressive, yes.
Rwandese they're not confrontational like us. So when there's conflict, they back down. So you need to be able to manage their position a lot. And I always say, in Rwanda, anger is your last resort. A lot of times, you need to is at the very end of the line. Nigeria, we get angry at each other. We understand. We just feel his work. We move on. But when you get angry with the Rwandese, you might not forget it easily. It's not because it's just the way we're built. We're built differently.
I think in the entire continent, Nigerians are aggressive.
I think Nigerians are very aggressive, but a lot of other countries also have that aggression. But because we go into the English line when we communicate, people tend to, like in Rwanda, people are not quiet when they are speaking Kenyan Rwanda. I think Rwandese are very loud when they're speaking Kenyan Rwanda. But as loud as Nigerians are. But when you go English, because it's not the comfort zone, it's a bit easier to, back down. But when you see Rwandese talk to Rwandese, you're like, okay, are they fighting? Are they not? It's really different.
Did you pick up on the language while you were there?
Well, the only one I know is that Oya in Lagos means let's go.
Oh.
In Rwanda, it means no.
Oh, really?
Yes. So when you say Oya, good.
Okay. My director to me. One last question: top business priorities or top priorities, leaders, and I think even everyone should look out for in 2022.
I think 2022 will be a very productive year because we've been. It's like a jet engine when it is boosting and it's about to launch. We've been doing this work from home / adjusting to the productivity. If you ask me, I'm not a professor of econometrics that modeled this out, but I can tell you that from what I know about behavioral...
Ask you behind the scenes. Thank you very much for your time. And that's all we can take on 101 today. I hope you have listened.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Good afternoon. I am Adebanke Odunori, and this is a news update. An Osun State High Court sitting in Ijebu-Jesha has affirmed Dotun Babayemi as the authentic gubernatorial candidate of the Osun State People's Democratic Party (PDP). Recall that PDP held parallel primaries leading to the emergence of Dotun Babayemi and Senator Ademola Adegoke. Mandatory interim injunctions avert that delegates that voted for Babayemi did so in compliance with court judgment and the order of mandatory interim injunction affirming the 215 wards executive officers elected then as the authentic and authorized ward executive officers permitted to vote as delegates at the party's governorship primaries. In the dunes of Ini Koroka in Ovia, southwest local government area of Edo State, have lamented the lack of government presence in their community. And as part of measures to ease their plight, they are sourcing for help from well-meaning individuals, government, and organizations. They have now resorted to self-help in providing basic amenities for themselves for decades. Valentine Osumbo compiles this report.
Inikoroka is one of the oil host community in Ovia, southwest of Edo State. Now it seems to be a shadow of itself as indigents have no access to social amenities. More worrisome is the road leading to the community as it is a no-go area when the rain sets in.
Like you people came here now, all the way from Igwonwa is by community effort. The road is seriously bad.
Journey from here to Benin supposed to be about 30 to 40 minutes. 40 minutes on the maximum. But we now travel from here to Benin for over 2 hours.
For this road, we dey pass go Benin. Sometime a year, we not see motor because bad road. This boy, Mr. Kuba, he come. He say he must do it for us. Really, he gather his people. The road he do one. Now we dey enjoy the road.
In a bid to ease their plight as a people, they are calling on individuals, government, and organizations to rescue them from the hardship. They want both the state and federal governments to come to their aid as well as their children.
The reason why you can drive through the road to this place is because of what our brother, our leader, person of Honorable Ambassador Don Okubo Robert and the community.
What prompted me from taking it as a challenge upon myself in terms of repairing this road is because of the suffering that our people has been passing through. Every rainy season, this road is unmotorable. To use this medium to call on the state government and the federal government, they should assist us. They should please assist us. They should come and tie the road.
With this call, it is expected that the people of Inikoroka will soon find the succor they badly yearn for.
Edo State Police Command has reiterated its commitment to rid the state of criminal elements as well as to create a conducive environment for law-abiding citizens. The command spokesperson Kotongs Bello made this known when kidnapped suspects alongside a fake alert specialist were paraded. An interaction with Plus TV news crew sees the suspects narrate their level of involvement in the various crimes they were brought in for.
I was shocked when one Mr. Patrick Ivienagbo called me. He said I should come because that Patrick Ivienagbo is through him I know him. He said I should come to his hotel. So I went there. On reaching there, I now saw police. And they said I should bring my hand. They now handcuffed me. They now took me to J2 division. When we get there, that is where they brought this man out. They now said whether I know him. I said yes. They now said Matthew Adamu. He now said I was the one who gave him gun. I gave him 2 guns to go and do kidnapping, and he planned the kidnapping with me.
On the 5th, I meet with them. All of us gather call from Auchi, me, him, and Chief Ivienagbo. We dey in hotel when we talk, when I present the matter for for the table where we dey. Choose matter say mo go see wetin choose do us say mo go carry am.
On the 27th of February, I could go down my guy's store. You know, they are around for Ring Road. Then I call him for phone. Me come say I want buy phone. So when he come, I go tell him say I want buy 12 Pro Max UK use and the SS Max UK use. He could calculate and the 12 Pro Max could be 450, while the SS Max could be 250. Both could be 700. So inside there, so now I got to do a fake transfer for him.
The acting commissioner of police, Edo State, DCP Mila Agajere Dantawa, is assuring the general public that the police will not relent in its effort of protecting life and property, and it will ensure that all good and law-abiding indigents sleep with their two eyes closed, and also assure that criminals, if they did not repent from their criminal ways, be assured that the command is ready to arrest anyone that is involved in criminality.
The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has intercepted 3 million capsules of opioids at Jelith bonded container terminal under Tinkan Seaport in the Apapa area of Lagos. A spokesperson for the NDLEA, Femi Babafemi, said in a statement in Abuja that the seizure followed a similar operation in which anti-narcotic officers of the agency also intercepted 8,613 kilograms of loud cannabis. And no fewer than 24 persons were reportedly kidnapped and an unspecified number of Cat community during evening prayer. Kaduna State Police Command is yet to confirm the incident. Coming up next on our Street Views, Nigerians express concerns over the maintenance culture of government infrastructures. Take a listen.
Actually, I'm not satisfied with the way we handle government properties and equipments in the country. Take, for instance, if you look at our roads, when the roads are constructed, they are always good. We will celebrate, but in the next 2-3 years, come and look at the road again, everything it will be something else. There will be potholes, there will be this, and there will be all over the road. Even the street lights will no longer, you see the bulbs are not working again. And that is because we lack this maintenance culture in Nigeria.
They leave these things to totally decay just in order to allocate unnecessary cash to do them, such that they can siphon this cash at the end of the day. Now, so when they are supposed to maintain this thing, when the decay is very little, they don't do it. Do you get? So once something that's supposed to fix with very little cash, when they start seeing the decay, they don't do it. They allow it to totally collapse, so that they can allocate money such that it can benefit their pocket. That's what they do. So maintenance culture is basically zero. We pray that we don't suffer dearly for our negligence.
Government facilities are poorly managed, poorly maintained, because there are no checks and balances, and also because of the bureaucracy nature of governance. For you to even just get somebody to come and clean the place, you need to get an approval from one director from Abuja. One director needs to send approval to one. So the bureaucracy process is really one of the factors that is also affecting the maintenance culture of government facilities.
And moving on to other parts of Africa, Zambia's former president Rupia Banda has died at the age of 85 after a long battle with colon cancer. His son Andrew Banda announced the former leader's death. Rupia Banda was Zambia's fourth leader since independence from Britain, served for 3 years from 2008, a term remembered for economic growth and corruption allegations. And outside Africa, residents in the Ukrainian city of Melitopol have come out to protest against the alleged abduction of the mayor by Russian forces. Ukrainian officials have posted a video saying it shows Ivan Fedorov being led away blindfolded. In the message, President Volodymyr Zelensky accused the Russians of moving to a new stage of terror. Melitopol, a small city in southeastern Ukraine, was one of the first to fall to Russians. And in business news, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, in collaboration with the Independent Corruption Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, National Information Technology Development Agency, and the Nigerian Police Force raided some illegal financial institutions operating on Okpebi Road in Ikeja, Lagos. Among the financial institutions affected were Go Cash, All Cash, Easy Credit, Cash, Speedy Choice, Easy Money, as the FCCPC said, was in response to customers' complaint of malpractices by the financial institutions. Speaking during the raid, the Chief Executive Officer of FCCPC, Babatunde Yurukera, explained that customers had accused the financial institutions of violating their privacy in their debt recovery drive. And in entertainment news, the governor of Niger State, Sani Bello, has announced that a major financial group has partnered with the state government to boost tourism in the state. According to a statement sent to Merrymakers, the decision of the foreign investor to invest in the Shagunu Beach Resort was the outcome of Governor Bello's foreign investment drives in recent times. Located in the Borogu local government area of the state, the resort has been a major investment center. He went on to say that the project, which is conceived as a public-private partnership on build, operate, and own model, is aimed at putting the state on the global tourism map while boosting its internally generated revenue. And in sports news, it appeared Murray would have to wait to reach the milestone after Daniel came out sharp, attacking Murray's serve and cruising through the first set on a sunny day in the Southern Californian desert. Murray, who is 3 years removed from major hip surgery, did not move well early enough, but sprang to life in the second, breaking Daniel at love when the Japanese player sent a forehand wide on set points to level the match at a set each. Daniel won 8 straight points to open the third and take a 2-0 lead with help from some sloppy play by the 3-time Grand Slam champion. And as a news update, for more stories, please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Adebanke Odunoyin. Thank you for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
I bet your eyes and ears are thrilled with music videos coming from Nigerian artists. You obviously notice the singer, the video vixens, and other talents. But what about the music director? Close your eyes, think about your favorite music video, and see if you can tell who directed it. Great if you can, sad if you can't. We're here to celebrate the brains behind the videos out there, and here are 5 top Nigerian music video directors. Number 1. Clarence Peters. He's a director, filmmaker, and cinematographer. The founder and chief executive officer of Capital Dream Pictures was involved in a mobile-sponsored music video for a documentary on AIDS in 1998. He directed 40 episodes of the TV series Everyday People. Peters has also shot a good number of documentaries, TV commercials, short films, and TV features. He has directed music videos for recording artists such as Dare, Durella, Wizkid, Seyi Shay, Burna Boy, Waje, Tubaba, Fino, Runtown, and Yemi Alade. Peters has won numerous awards for his works. Number 2. TG Omori. Also known as Boy Director, TG Omori is a Nigerian music video director and cinematographer. He started directing at 15 while overseeing stage plays at school and church. He began making videos a year later but took it up professionally at 18 after graduating from Pencil Film Institute. This made him the youngest professional filmmaker in Nigeria. He has worked with Olamide, Wizkid, Burna Boy, Techno, Kiss Daniel, Fireboy DML, Fowls, Timaya, Naira Marley, and many others.
So I put a Ferragamo when I pass it down. Put some Gucci on that booty cause she kill a man. That's why she don't want to go, she wanna stick around. But she still say that she love me cause I'm sexy. And I tell her that she lying, that she flexing. She be screaming, I be screaming, we be reckless. But I know that she be liking makeup sexy.
Number 3. Meji Alabi. This London-born Nigerian filmmaker, director, photographer, and producer has worked alongside Beyonce, Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, Tiwa Savage, Popcan, Goldlink, and Nasty C. He directed Seyi Shay's Murder in 2014, a move that gave him the desired attention in Nigeria. Alabi also worked with Wizkid on his Made in Lagos album. He's a co-founder of JM Films with Jimmy Adesoya.
You know my style, you know the chance, then it's all up, eBay. If you say you get the man, then you wanna try, you could go die, baby. You've been a landslide for a long time, but then no one believe me. All of when I come back, you one try, but you do have me easy.
Number 4. Dami Twitch. His original name is Owolabi Oluwadamilola. Twitch started with photography in 2013 before going to full music production in 2017. That was the year he shot his first music video for Burna Boy and Yonda. He has gone on to shoot visuals for Fowls, Burna Boy, Olamide, Lil Kesh, Victor A.D., Simi, Peruzzi, Mayokun, Leah, and Davido. Number 5. HG2 Filmworks. Olaolu Olabode Folarin, also known as HG2 Filmworks, is a Nigerian-American music video director, graphic designer, entrepreneur, and cinematographer. Olabode began his production journey as a graphic designer and later went into full-time music video production in 2010. He has directed music videos for big-name artists like D'banj, Kiss Daniel, Dami Crane, Reminisce, Nice, and Scales. You will agree with me that these directors bend over backwards to churn out massive videos for our entertainment. And such, they deserve more than enough accolades for their contributions. So whenever you watch your favorite artist videos, always remember the men behind the scene.
So bloating is abdominal disorder in the gastric tract. So when you have hair or gas locked up in the gastrointestinal tract, then you have bloating happening to an individual. You have the person bloated. So what you can do in that process is to either you can take a warm bath. If you're bloated, you can take a warm bath. You can put lemon in your water. But even before you... Lemon in your drinking water? Yes, lemon in your drinking water. But even before you even start on... Bloating could be very, very discomforting. It could cause your stomach walls to be tight. So you could have pains in your tummy. Then you could belch severely, and you can stop that by taking, you can control bloating by taking mint, things that have mint. You can take a warm bath. You can take a walk. You can take fruits like the citrus fruits. You know, lemon is equally in the family of citrus. You can take citrus fruits, you can take banana, you can take kiwi, you can take cantaloupe. You know, they're all good fruits for bloating. You can also take, I think I mentioned you taking mint. You can take anything with mint when you're bloated. Your normal fizzy drink, our everyday fizzy drink, alcohol, you know, causes bloating. Then there's some food that have gas, more gas than the others. So example is beans. So you tend to fart when you take beans. At times, lactose is another thing that causes bloating. So you fart, you're very uncomfortable when you take some of these fruits, some of this food. Then the cruciferous vegetables, example of cruciferous vegetables are lettuce, cabbage, and cauliflower. They're all in the family. They equally cause bloating. However, these are fruits very good to eat for the body because they are high in fiber. So when you take things that are high in fiber, you need to know how to take them so that you're not constipated. So some veggies that causes bloating, for example, your normal lettuce can make you bloated. Cauliflower, cabbage, you know, can make you bloated. While these vegetables are very good for the body, you need to know how to eat them in small portions. Like they always say, too much of everything is bad. So you take everything in little quantities. They are high in fiber, So you don't just concentrate on food that are very high in fiber and you say you're on a diet. No, that's not how it works. So you take a bit of fiber, you take a bit of protein, you take a bit of carbs, everything together, and you have a very good diet. When you eat too much, eating too much can cause bloating. Drinking too much. Really? You know when you're taking water and you're taking it with straw, at times you take it in with gas, with some air, so you can be bloated like that. You can take citrus. You can take add a bit of lemon into your water and drink to relieve you. You have your mint leaves. Put mint leaf in water. Take it as a tea. It's equally good. You have your kiwi. Take some kiwi. Chew on them. It will relieve you. You have your grapefruit, your berries. They're equally good. Apple, banana. They are good to combat bloating.
Hello and welcome to Tea Time Roundup on PlusTvAfrica, where the big stories live. Here I break down for you the fun-packed entertainment that made it to Tea Time this week. So please stay tuned and stick with your girl Elile. You don't want to miss this, trust me. Now first up, Kazim Adeoti's wife called out Messia Igbe. It was International Women's Day as women around the world were celebrated. We celebrated Women's Day with Sophia Ikonu, who spoke about diversity in the workplace, entrepreneurship, and many more. Timaya is back in the news again, but this time the lady in question shared more details on the incident. Enjoy.
Wife of media mogul Kazeem Adeoti, Funshaw has slammed Mercy Aigbe over a recent interview in a recent chat. Aigbe denied knowing Funshaw, while her new husband also debunked the claims that he was friends with Larry Gentry, Aigbe's ex-husband. Obviously triggered by the interview, Funshaw took to her Instagram page where she dragged the actress. Let's get the record straight here. This post is regarding an interview with my soon-to-be ex-husband. In one of his numerous lies, I want you all to know that in contrary to what Mr. Adeoti said, I did not and will never settle to have a second wife in my marriage to him. She wrote, she also revealed how she invited the movie star and a former husband to Adeoti's birthday when their relationship was rosy. Remember, you can join the conversation by calling in 09098 408 408 to share your opinion on the trading discussions. You know, when I said when I said we're having choking discussions on the show today, I was not playing. This particular issue has been on and on for like almost a month now, or more than. I think it was early last month.
And all of that. Yeah, yeah.
I think it was early last month.
During
Then
his birthday,
yeah,
and everything came out, and I'm like,
you're like what? Like you're tired. Like
I saw this tweet. Although it doesn't apply to me because like at least I'm an Instagram child, but people are like, everything I know about Mercy Aigbe and her family, I know against my will. Like, it is literally in our faces every single time. And I'm like, why are these people still talking about this? We know what it is.
Okay, would you say the interview they went for was overboard or was it needed?
It was bound to happen.
The interview?
It was bound to happen. They were bound to speak on it because we always want to speak about things that we even shouldn't. I mean, in a situation like this, we've heard over and over again, Larry said he was friends with Kazeem, and Funshaw said she introduced. And then the whole story of Mercy being in the whole entanglement with him since her child was 5 months old. I don't know, all of this is so crazy. And I'm like, first of all, when she said, when she said, I did not sign up for my husband to have his second wife, I'm like, man, you married a Muslim.
Yes.
You know that the religion permits
but
it.
The thing is, the thing is, did he sit her down to take permission from her? Is that how it is done? I'm a Muslim. I am a Muslim, but my father never married 2 wives, so I can't really say.
If your dad wanted to marry a second wife, would it be something of taking permission?
I do not know.
Because it is set there, you can get married to 4 wives, right?
Yes.
So is this going to be a thing of taking permission from your mom, or it is going to be letting her know as per respect, this is someone I'm with right now?
You know, it's different when, according to Funshaw now, she and Mercy Aigbe were friends.
Yeah.
There's a different thing when you bring a total stranger.
Said they were not friends. We keep on hearing from them. So, like, who is going to come in the middle now and give us proof, hard facts?
But do we really need, like, first, she said that interview, she did the interview because people said, oh, we really need to hear your part. We really need to know what's going on. We really need to know what you've done. We really need to know why you actually did it. But now, looking forward, some people are like, why are you talking about it? Why would you do such interview? Why would you do that kind of thing?
Man, people should just rest. Do whatever works for you. Like I always say,
exactly.
If you want to come on, if you want to take 10 interviews and talk about it, it's your problem.
I feel that interview was just too much. It was overboard. It was,
overboard how? But that's what they wear. Everybody,
to the wife.
Insults came.
Yes.
I mean, it is not.
It could have been a very like neutral this thing, but the all changing of clothes, photo shoots,
both of them have been taking
interviews,
jabs. But you know, both of them have been taking jabs at each other. So it's, I don't even see that as like an insult to the wife. She came online and she said her own.
But the whole interview thing was not like it could have been a round table interview. It could have been just sit down. But the being clingy, would you like that? Okay, wait, let's assume you are the first wife, and then your husband is like about to take me in, and then I'm all over the media with the old news, all clingy to your husband and all of that. Would you like that?
It's our husband now, you mean?
Wow.
No, but I'm just being very
Whoever is
factual.
getting married to you does not have a problem
No,
there. Then
no,
you can
no.
marry 2-3 wives.
I am a Christian, my sister. But I'm just looking at it from that perspective. Fine, it didn't sit well with her. You know, like you said, your dad didn't get married to two wives and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it's something, maybe you and both parents had talked about it all
Yes,
day.
exactly.
So,
but now the lady said he never at any point, she
never
never
agreed
agreed.
to it.
Yes.
But
So
then
maybe he
again,
had told her.
and
But
she
then
didn't
maybe the reason why she didn't agree was because he was messy. Let us welcome Sophia Ike Ono. Did I get that right?
No, but you get a pass. It's fine.
All right.
Hello, beautiful. You were close. You were close. Hi, everyone.
tell us the correct one.
You look beautiful. You look sweet, Mama.
Thank you.
Happy
Thank
International Women's Day.
Lovely to have you on
Thank
the show.
you guys. Same to you guys.
Thank you.
The correct pronunciation is Sophia. That you got right. Ike Onu.
Okay, not Ono, is Onu.
Exactly.
All right.
Such a beautiful name for a beautiful woman.
I'm telling you. And this shade of orange looks amazing on you.
Thank you guys. I'm actually blushing, literally.
You should.
All right. So that's a very great bio, by the way. That's a very good one. So first question, I'm going to be trained to you before I let my co-anchors, Okay, as women, how can we overcome everyday biases, like in our workspaces and all? How can we do that? Did you get that?
I did. I got your question. So I think that's a very broad question because biases come in different forms. And I don't think most women are really ready 100% because some things that you face are new every day. Like people keep finding different ways to channel misogyny and sexism. So I can't say there's a hard and fast answer. But I would say the first one is internalizing and understanding that you are enough. You don't come second place to someone else just because of your gender. Knowing exactly what you have to offer and not just trying every day to literally make your life better, make yourself better. So you're not coming into the workplace as a castaway. You're actually coming with a lot of things to offer. So when you have value, you can back that up literally because you have value, you're bringing value to the table, and your self-esteem is on a high. That way, it's hard for someone to come in to tell you otherwise because people will be there to tell you otherwise. Sadly, we're in a country or in a system or in a world where women are already second-guessed just because they're women. So I would say the first thing to do, which should be the foundation for your other actions, would be to know who you are, make a constant effort to be better, and literally push yourself so that you're not a castaway. That's what I would.
All right. So you should be enough, feel enough
for yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So once you feel enough inside, it shows on the outside.
All
And
right.
not come second to anybody. I love that.
All
I
right.
love that. I love that.
Okay, so you are an architect, you are a businesswoman, you're a fashion designer and stylist. Knowing what you know now, is there anything you would have done differently from the start? Knowing what you know now, is there a way you would have rather, done it at the beginning?
To be quite honest, no. I really feel like my journey has been a very special one in the sense that everything that I have had to go through, it hasn't been easy because I came into the market where e-commerce or fashion, e-commerce fashion industry wasn't even a thing. People were selling on social media, but people didn't really have websites. In fact, making a structure out of e-commerce was not a popular thing to do when I started. So I would say all the lessons I had to learn on the job, some were costly lessons, but I wouldn't change anything because everything sort of went into the DNA of what my business is today, what I know and understand about the fashion business. Literally, I think every disappointment, not to sound cliche, but every disappointment turned out to be a blessing, to be honest. So, in fact, yeah, I don't think I'll change anything. Only thing the only thing I could say, maybe start earlier, which I think I did start early, but just for like some months, I was second guessing myself. Should I move back? Should I not? That was like the best decision I made then. So yeah, no major regrets. All just thankful and happy I took the plunge when I did. So yeah, I don't have any regrets.
Damilola Oshinobi, the lady who was involved in the hit and run accident with Nigerian music star Timaya, has finally opened up. In a lengthy post shared via her Instagram page, she gave a detailed account of what transpired on the day of the accident. According to Oshinobi, Timaya rammed his car into her car after driving through an illegal route. She said Timaya wasn't remorseful over the damages he had inflicted on her car. Oshinobi said Timaya has refused to apologize to her since he ran her over with his car. Now,
okay.
Yeah, go ahead,
You
please.
remember we had this conversation,
Yeah, we did.
and you were like, I think it was me, you, and Steve, and then you said something like, you were in support of Timaya. You were actually with your argument and everything. You said,
Okay, I said.
and I quote.
You better be using the exact words.
Exactly, but then let me remove the quotes now because I can't remember in your exact words. But you're like, what if Timaya was trying to just get out of the scene?
Oh, I was the
Okay,
one
okay,
there.
okay,
that
okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, I did
What
say
if
that. I did
Timaya
say that.
was trying to just get out of the scene and I'm telling you, I was telling you that you could have just apologized or something.
Right.
That doesn't mean you should not do the right thing. Celebrity or no celebrity should not get your humanity out of you. Do you understand? So when I immediately after the show, I saw a post that Timaya was arrested.
Right.
Immediately, like
I saw that
for the whole incident and all. So do you still stand on the fact that probably Timaya was just trying to get out of the scene, or he should have actually apologized?
Okay, I do feel he should have apologized. And I feel that video after the post about him getting arrested, and he came online to share another video of him laughing like, who they arrest. I think that was very insensitive of him.
Yeah,
I think
and that was
he
almost immediately after.
that really upset me. Like, what are you trying to prove? Okay, what this girl is saying is like, oh, because you think you're a celebrity, and our Nigerian celebrities, they have that issue, they have that problem. A lot of them, not all of them, they have that feel. They feel like gods. Like, oh, we can get away with almost everything. You can't talk to us this way. We can't. You can't. Who on earth are you? These same people who you are.
The people who buy your songs.
These are the people who actually put you out there.
Exactly.
Without these guys, you just be the plantain selling boy.
Exactly. So I said last week we felt probably the girl was just trying to take advantage of who it was. But look at the turnaround of events. It was actually Timaya that is losing his whole humanity and everything. Why would you not apologize?
Exactly. The fact that he has not apologized is actually
I am sorry goes a long way. It
resolves
a lot of things. Even one of the holy books says a harsh word stays anger, and a very soft tone just brings it
Timaya
down.
doesn't mean you should not apologize.
I mean, no matter what happened, even if he was actually trying to get back out of a bad situation, you ran her over, or I don't know, you actually hit her. That remains a fact.
Exactly. Now, talking about when he was trying to get a number, probably to settle things, the approach also matters. You can't just come to me. I'm not like,
I'm not begging for your attention.
Exactly.
So
no, even if I am, or probably I want to take an advantage of the approach you actually come with will matter to me, because I'll feel like, okay, this guy has spoken this way, he has apologized, and he has decided to probably get my number to fix things up. It's different, but it could just be, put your number in here, let's get it over with, and that attitude, I would not accept it. Me, I know, sir. No.
And according to her post, he was coming through a one-way road. Like, that's it. Like, I don't. For
many
me,
wrongs in here.
Exactly.
Do you understand? Timaya, your team didn't get you hired this time around. They should have just spoken about it and just tried to resolve this. But you can be part of this conversation. Do not forget the 09098 408 408. That is the number to call in and let us know what you feel about everything we're talking about here today.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to 2 things. 1, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Welcome back. It is sex tape saga again as Harrison raised alarm over threat message from a bronze girl. Justice Smollett has been sentenced to 150 days in jail over hate crime hoax. Enjoy.
Nigerian music star Harrison has raised an alarm that a certain Ron's girl, has threatened to release a sex tape. Any Ron's girl that put up an unpaid sex scandal about me anytime soon, don't believe her. I have paid and paid and paid just to calm her down, but she is threatening. This happened 6 years ago. Abi she been record me that year self. I don't even know, but no shaking. At least I don't tell Luna first. He wrote. You see, you people have issues. Do you not agree with me here?
Well, agree with what? What are you saying?
With the fact that you guys can just stay with one person.
He was not married. Do you know he was single 6 years ago?
He was single 6 years ago.
Do you know he was single 6 years ago? So what are you saying now?
6 years ago, but I like the fact that I quoted Ron's girl.
He could.
But are you telling me do you have a girlfriend at that point?
I don't know, and we don't know.
Are you telling me he doesn't? Okay, we don't know. He doesn't.
Do you know if he had a girlfriend at that time?
Okay, fine. Now he's in this problem.
He's not. Well, look,
I'm not saying the girls are not wrong for taking advantage. Now, I want you to get me right. I'm not saying these girls are not wrong for trying to take advantage or something. But I feel that you guys can save yourself the stress of this shame.
Okay, we have heard you.
Must you guys always bring your
How many men?
Sexual
How many
problems,
men
though?
are you talking to right now?
Me?
I'm not saying are you seeing. How many men are you talking to? Are you
A lot of
entertaining?
them.
Exactly. So what are you saying? Do you know that's alone on its own
Is what? Does that mean I have to get down with them?
I'm not talking about that's why I said.
Okay, so I want to understand.
I mean, you're talking to. Oh, you might be talking to this one's talking to you today. This one's talking to you tomorrow. And
Yeah.
you're, oh my God, stop it! Oh, you're saying it. Do you, what is that in this? What is that in that circle? That's just you just having conversations with people.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, fantastic. You said it. Oh, that's all.
No, so why are you saying
No,
I
you're-
want to get you? No.
You're
You have
right.
to go straight to your
You're
point.
right.
You have to finish it.
So
if I'm talking to okay.
Kofo is saying that.
No, come on, don't put my name in that phrase. Wait.
No, you should stay. I want to advise him. Kofo is saying you should stay with one woman. That you should not jump around and all
Yes,
that.
to save yourself the shame.
Save
to
yourself
jump
the
around.
shame. Okay.
But
cool.
the Ron's girl is also very wrong. He said Ron's girl, and he has paid and paid and paid. Why was he paying? You didn't do anything wrong, so why are you paying and paying and paying and paying?
for her to not blackmail him, for her to not go about with his name and put it all over the place, and people start saying, Arisong said they do this thing, I know, and right now he's married.
When Tiwa Savage scandal came out and everything, people accepted her because she did what? She brought out the video herself. Or no,
how do you know she brought
no,
out the video?
She testified, like, she brought the story up herself first, yeah? Was that not what happened?
I'm with you.
I think that's the same thing Arisong is trying to do. Like, maybe because the girl probably has his video, did Tiwa Savage pay?
So he's doing damage control.
Did Tiwa Savage pay?
Kufu,
Did Tiwa Savage pay?
Kufu, can you stop? You don't know. You're not there. You only read these things. You read them, but
okay,
I read
you're
this.
not there too, so you're only reading it too.
Kufu, like I said earlier, I agree with you. Today I'm supposed to be agreeing with everything now. I don't have to agree.
You need to trash it out
We're not trashing it
you
out.
people need to stay loyal.
We just said that earlier. People, stay loyal.
Men!
Men, stay loyal. Women, do what you do. Men, stay loyal. Fine.
I don't like Miles today, actually. For me, I don't like Miles. But really, I feel you guys really need to, like, chill. You guys need to know what you want for yourself. Stop saying because you're a celebrity, you can jump around and then put yourself... You're not only putting yourself in that problem, you're putting whoever it is you're with in that kind of situation.
Sure.
Former Empire actor Jussie Smollett was sentenced to 30 months of felony probation, including 150 days in jail, and ordered to pay restitution of more than $120,000 and a $25,000 fine for making false reports to police that he was a victim of a hate crime in January 2019. After the judge announced his sentence, Smollett lowered his face mask and said he was innocent. Your Honor, I respect you and I respect the jury, but I did not do this. The actor told the judge before returning to the court, and I am not suicidal. If anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself, and you must all know that, just before he was taken into custody. The actor yelled again that he was innocent and raised a fist in the air. Cook County Judge James Lynn said the actor wrote the script and picked the actors for the hoax, and that this premeditation for the actor was an aggravating factor in the case. Okay, about this has been going on for quite a while. I thought we were actually like done with everything.
Yeah,
I thought he had gotten his sentence and everything. But did you buy that it was like
I feel like they're covering up something. It's not the issue is not direct. It's not straight. Something is going on.
Because this is since 2019. I know this has been going on. This 2022.
Yeah, personally, I feel he's innocent. Not because I love Jussie Smollett, Empire Days and Jamal. Nah, I personally feel he's innocent, and I feel like the county judge, or rather the
whole courthouse and everything.
There's something around.
It's not something just basic like
that.
Exactly.
It's
not
there's
something that
behind the story. Either that, or it's a case of, how will I put it? I'm looking for a word. I won't say discriminating the actor himself, but I feel like there's something way beyond this that they're trying to cover up from the masses.
From the masses. Okay, but you know there were a lot of...
Because this story is not...
There were receipts dropped, and I think at some point he did tell us that, okay, fine, a couple of these things in all of this is true. I feel admitting to that alone puts your whole story in jeopardy.
Okay.
You get? So I feel, despite the fact I'm tired of this case, and I'm sure everybody is, because it's been going on for years now. So I feel looking at it from the perspective of maybe a good number of things in there were facts.
Exactly.
Then it just has to be
because
all the way through.
Some of them, we see them on social media. We personally witness them. Obviously, every celebrity has their haters and their fans and whatnot. But in this situation, he has been getting backlashed a lot. Not just because of him as an artist or an actor, but because of who he is. Yeah, he is...
Like when you say who he is, what do you mean?
He's gay.
Okay.
He's gay, so he also gets backlash because of that, and it affected him in 2019. Okay. Now, in this situation, I don't think he made it up, because we personally, as his fans, we see what he goes through with the haters and with the criticism and the backlash and everything. So he cannot just wake. He is the cloud, so he cannot be making clouds. I don't feel like he.
But at the same time, we should also consider the fact that the court has said is wrong, so
but
we have to put it that way. But at the same time, I want to consider the fact that in the light of everything he was facing or going through, he brought this to the forefront to make a case for himself, to make it seem, I don't know, maybe to make the people see firsthand, if I put it like that, that, okay, this was actually going out of hand. I mean, it's becoming a norm over there for the whole LGBTQ community. So despite the fact that it is posing an issue for acceptance and everything. So I feel at the same time that he probably brought up this whole fiasco scenario to put in the forefront that people, this is actually getting so out of hand for me. But it doesn't take away the fact that it wasn't real. And this is where we wrap it up for today, guys. If you did enjoy today's episode like I did, then don't forget that you can watch more of Tea Time on our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica. Also, catch the Tea Time crew live on Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. on DSTV channel 408 across Africa. Also, you can join in on the conversation on Tea Time from Monday to Friday to share your opinions about trending discussions. Signing out is your favorite girl, Elile. Enjoy your weekend.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Niger, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on PlusTvAfrica, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Traditions, customs, These are the beliefs that have been passed down to us from generations. They're part of our culture. They give us a sense of identity. But some of them are harmful practices, especially to women. Today with my sisters, we're going to be discussing all about this. We have Chisom in the house, Fumi, Adeswa, Anne, and myself, Saudat. Please join us in a few minutes when we come back from the break. Welcome to TW Conversations.
So, welcome back. It's about traditions today. There are good ones and there are not so good ones. So with my sisters in the room today, we'll be talking about traditions that we need to probably shy away from or look for us to correct how they are actually applied or do away with totally. So I'll start with Adeswa.
Is it because I'm closest to you?
Because you are Edo. Because it's...
tradition is important to us. You're right. You're right.
You.
You're right. You're right.
So
you're right.
tell me, what do you think about tradition? What areas of the tradition can be better managed or applied or to be done away with?
You know what? I'd like to start, first of all, because I listened to Saudat's intro and it just put something in my head. I want to talk about how do traditions happen. Because you see, when you said Edo, Oba Atokbei, and we say Ise, there's a thing of pride.
What does it mean?
That's made the long live the king, and we said Amen. Yes. That's what it is. Ise.
Like they do in England?
God save the queen. So it says, long live the king. You know, in my place, there's no question about the fact that if an Oba dies, it's his first son that takes title. In Edo land, if a man dies, you don't have to worry about going to court. It is the first son. That's why you find that, they say in my land, women don't stay in husband's house. Just go born firstborn here. That's one of the bad sides of it. Yes. Born firstborn boy here. Born firstborn boy here. So that
they take every...
So that, because there's no question. Anyway, but I mean, so really and truly, traditions, how do they start? It's from time. Why do we have this tradition? We're one of the oldest kingdoms. I proudly say the oldest kingdom south of Sahara. You know what I mean? It's age, with time, traditions build. She says ways people do things, they become a culture. They become a way of life. Yeah. So why don't we look, first of all, at some of the ones that can be negative? Off the top of your head, you are only 21.
In Edo, since you have told us about Long Live the King,
yes.
What do you think could be negative in that?
No, that's
because
one...
I spent my youth corps in Edo, by the way, and far back then, when the king died, you better stay in your house. There were very negative issues about people...
Stories.
...missing.
For example, this is true, you know, in the past. No, the truth is, in the past, when Noba died, they would bury him
with somebody now.
Yes, they would bury him with somebody. That was what it was, but with time.
But even in Ife Kingdom as well.
Ife is from
which
Benin
means
now.
that changed, which means that we can actually change some of these traditions.
Yes.
So now that we look at, there are some things we don't like that we're talking about today, it means one of the things is, can we change it? If it's bad for us, we'll change it.
Tell me some of the traditions that you think exist today that really should be.
would rather it changed.
Like in the Igbo culture, if your husband dies, you have to...
Widowhood practices.
Yes, widowhood practices. You have to bait with... I don't think they do that now, but I know they used to. And I'm still sure that some place...
You've not said what they do.
They would have to drink the water...
Or that they used to wash the body.
Yes, that they used to wash the body of...
Why is that so?
Because I think it's an affirmation to... know that you didn't kill your husband. Yes, your husband. And to me, it doesn't make any sense.
So if the wife dies, do they make the husband drink the water?
No.
Okay, so this is just for the husband,
yes.
for when the man dies.
Why don't we put this in perspective?
In fact, when you're talking about Igbo culture, today on the radio, as I was coming here, I heard when they were talking about this Osu practice, and the Igbo people have decided in Anambra State, this December that they're going to... So they've said, yes, they said they're going to abolish it. Now, even some people have had concerns that even when they say it's abolished, there are people that still have stereotypes and still say...
No, but you have to understand what an Osu is. An Osu is an outcast. Just like what you're talking about in Edo land, where, for example, when the king died, they would bury him with some live people. They were usually the slaves that were used for such things. And that's how it happened. And it's slaves that became...
notion.
Widowhood practices.
Widowhood practices. The bath water because also I'm multicultural here. I'm multi-traditional. I grew up in the East quite a lot. The bath water, was it to prove that the woman didn't kill her husband, or it was just what was expected of a befitting wife of a dead man?
No,
because
from what you hear, I mean,
because exactly because the notion we have to be careful that people don't.
Yeah, from what I hear, I think it's an affirmation. It's to clarify that the woman is innocent. Yes, doesn't have, especially when the man dies young, or they have like some issues in their family.
Can I share a personal example? Because I lost a brother. He was only 49 when he died, and he had a widow. Now, in my place, they say you should swear. That's in the Doland. You must swear that you didn't have a hand in what happened. And I remember telling my sisters, my sister-in-law then, she was afraid. I said, listen, let's go, because traditional things will happen. He was 49, people felt, what could have killed him? All they want to do is to be sure that, and they said that you had to kill a goat. I said, you know what, don't worry. For as long as I am there, you will not do anything. And I ensured that she didn't do anything. However, they made her, because all they do, they have a council, they made her stand, and she said, okay, it's an affirmation. That, okay, is this your husband? Yes, he is. Do you have any hand in his death? No. Do you have children? Yes. How many children? 1 or 2 years. It's agonizing. Somebody is mourning and you're doing that. Yes, but you see, sometimes, because we had a little of a disagreement, I told my sister-in-law, just do it, because we don't want trouble. It doesn't take anything out of you.
Do they do it to the men?
If it does, of course. I've never seen a man die. I'm talking about my example. I don't know what happens when a man dies.
Number one,
when a woman dies.
It shows that Adesua believed to a certain extent that we needed to respect what tradition wanted of us, but for us to manage it and not, open ourselves to very negative issues. I'd like you to expatiate on this issue of, is it always, anything that's done to the women, is it done to the men in the same situation?
Take FGM.
Yes.
Yes, because
female genital mutilation.
If you look at a lot of the traditional practice that we're talking about, they're always against the woman. It's either we are going to suppress the woman, or you do not want her to be quote-unquote promiscuous. Or when they do circumcision for men, they do it for hygiene purpose. And if you look at the Bible and the Quran, and when they talk about circumcision, it's hygiene. But and there's no part that talked about circumcision for the women. Now, our practices in Africa, the circumcision for the women is about stopping her from being promiscuous, so that she will not have an orgasm, so that she will not do this and that. If you also look at breast ironing in some parts of Africa, breast ironing, yes, breast ironing, it's called breast ironing, breast flattening. In Nigeria, it's the people that are closest to Cameroon, because Cameroon have the highest case.
That's my people.
That's closest to Cameroon side, because Cameroon has the highest case in Africa. Now, the ironing with hot metal, grinding stone.
Will it not burn them?
Yes, between the ages of 10 to 19, when puberty, when the girl is growing her breast, they iron it, or there's another one that they tie the breast overnight. So that and they say so that you will not be attractive to the men. So that you'll be able to go. Those are the things that they use to...
I can kind of believe time, but ironing...
Yeah, the iron
with hot metal. I think that's bound to...
They heat up banana leaves, they put it on the breast and they tie it. They get grinding stone, they use spatulas, so many things to grind it in different parts of Africa. The one in Nigeria that they do it a lot is that area that is close to Cameroon. Because we share a border town with Cameroon, yes. But a lot of Nigerian cultures don't really do that.
No, but you see, the point you raise, which is important, and I think you should respond to that, is a function that is for the women. Because I know that in Delta, among the Robos, female genital mutilation, they say it's for purity and for cleansing, so you can have babies.
Everybody has an experience.
So that's what I'm saying. So, but the point is, that is the driving factor. They think they've done you a good. What we are saying here, they've done you a bad. In your area, they have what they call the fattening room. It's a tradition. You knew I was going to say that. And they teach you how to be a good wife until tomorrow. Once you say you are from Cross River, everybody asks me, hey, she's a great cook.
Yeah.
Oh, she can take care of a man.
But to be honest, that is somewhat positive because I've never heard anybody saying they had ripped your boobs apart or done anything intense to you. It's good in the sense that they teach you how to, so they teach you how to cook, they teach you about sex, they teach you about your body and what to do and what not to do. They teach you about childcare. So sometimes people have said that they've had experiences where it doesn't happen as much as, because I didn't go to fattening room.
Why not?
I didn't go to fattening room because it's no longer.
She's a Lagos girl.
So it's no longer that.
But this is
But
what
it's a
I
good
say.
tradition. But it's nice.
This is why I say there is good and there is bad. What she's just described is preparation for life that made a lot. Well, I think people still have the impression that ladies from there would make better, attentive wives.
Yes.
So it was a preparation that, honestly, in my own mind, it's something we need to keep going.
Yes.
Even if we don't have that long time to do it anymore, what is wrong with sending somebody for preparation for a week so that they get information?
Are you sending boys? Do we do it to the men?
Look,
look at you. Do we do it to the men?
I'm actually just enjoying the conversation.
And you have nothing to contribute.
Can I ask a young lady?
Okay.
Would you like to have a preparation of the life you're about to step into? It's not going to mean you don't go to school. It's not going to mean it's a week. Just prepping.
How long
By the way, in the West, they have what they call the finishing schools.
Yeah.
Why? They're not about to go and make somebody a slave. They're just preparing them. Actually, I think it's good for somebody to be prepared for the life she's going to be exposed to. We'll come to the men thing, but
that is the
as a
question
young
here.
person, would you not think that preparing would be good?
I mean, I would love to do it just because I would. If it was a necessity, like, if they were going to force me to do it, I'd probably not be interested in doing it. Yes, because...
Just because of the force factor.
Yes, just because of the force factor, I'll probably not do it. But because I know it will be useful and valuable to my future and the decisions that I make.
Saying is, so even when I didn't do it officially when I was getting married, I still had some sorts of that. So when you're getting dressed, there's a tradition where you put the combs through the hair and all of that. They tell you, at that point, they're talking to you. In fact, the lady that did mine was praying and doing all that prep with me.
Please hold that thought, because we need to go on a short break at the moment. So we'll be back with more about traditions, the good, the bad, the ugly, when we come back. So welcome back. We're still in the lounge where we're talking about our traditions. And while we continue the conversation, and we've identified actually a practice that is preparatory and good. And apparently almost every section of the country have those practices where they prepare people. Yes. The North, apparently...
Sorry, love, can I take off my shoes? Is that permission?
Yes, you can take off your shoes.
This is one practice that we have. High heels. It's tradition now to be dengue, you wear high heels, even if it's killing
in the
you.
North, they prepare people for marriage, and you were describing something. And it is not just here, by the way. The West, there's the finishing school.
That's the Western.
The Jews, both male and female, they have preparations also. I'll talk about that later, but I'd like to hear what Anne said she went through.
Okay, so when I was getting married, one of the things I was asked was, are you going to put the comb? You know how, have you ever seen I'm an Efik woman, proudly so. So we put in the combs in the hair, and then if you're a first daughter, yours is longer. If you're a second daughter, yours is shorter, and all of that. So when I was going to do that, someone asked me, Anne, do you know that there are spiritual or traditional implications to putting the comb? I love my culture. Like when I hear Calabar music right now, you've gotten me. I totally enjoy it. But I said, my pictures will be incomplete if I don't have that comb. It will just be absurd. So I said, well, so I spoke to the lady that was going to do the comb for me. So I understand where they're coming from. So in those days, she explained to me that in those days, when they're putting in the comb, they can be doing incantations and all of that. Now it's tweaked a bit. The lady that was doing it for me was praying with me and telling me about the different things. Yes, she was putting the comb. So you give her a drink, You give her a drink, you give her some money, there's some things that are coming, and then as she's putting it, she was saying, may you go well in your home, she was praying with me, and then she also told me about sex. She talked about things, so she did the little...
Don't deprive your husband.
The fattening room thing.
Or what?
She had it...
She did it in a little...
in a little
containable
space.
process.
And she sat with me and she prayed. At the end of the day, I didn't feel defiled in any way, tradition. I didn't feel like they had said some prayers on my head.
I like the point the spiritual thing, because that's common these days. Anytime we talk about our tradition, people want to say or people want to presume that there's something spiritually dark and diabolical about it. And yes, there might have been aspects, and you can remove it the way you've just described.
You can turn it around.
Thank you. But I don't like us throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah. Tell me about the lali. You were talking about even in the north, there's this thing that they do. Even what you...
In the north, yes. When they want to get married, the women, they're going to give, you...
Is it a religious thing?
Well,
like, is it Islam?
Religion and culture, they've come together.
In the north?
In
everywhere.
Everywhere.
Really?
Everywhere. Like, as a Muslim, Islam will tell you that when your culture and your religion, they clash, you have to go with the religion. Okay. But if your culture doesn't clash with the religion, you can go. Yes. You can go and do it. Because Islam recognizes that.
But I find that
because there's Lale is actually good, because it's in one of the traditions as a Muslim. Because Lale is henna. Yes. It's good for your hair. It's good for all that.
So they're praying for you as you're doing it?
No, not that. It depends on the culture. Okay. But the thing is that they give them aphrodisiacs. All sorts of apparently, in some culture in the north, if your mother-in-law is part of the things that they give the wife, if she does not come with a whole bag of different type of aphrodisiac for you, she probably doesn't like you.
Wow.
Yeah, so she's going to give you aphrodisiac, like all sorts of aphrodisiac, and tell you how to use it. You're going to drink, you're going to use the one to bath, the one you mix with fish, the one you mix with chicken, the one you mix with...
so aphrodisiacs to prepare for her husband,
yogurt, of course.
Or for just for the husband?
Both of you, of course. Okay. It will help your own body get ready to get down, and it will also get your husband. Okay. Yeah, so that's good. On that note, I'm going to ask the young. Yes, she's too quiet.
We're talking about.
No, she's too quiet.
My ears are wide open.
For me, tradition is actually most important if we can pass them down. Yeah. Because the definition of tradition is what you pass down. Yeah. Even in the Bible, you heard people would call their children around and say, so I say these things to you, and continue in them. Yeah. In the traditional village, they were oral, word of mouth, and all that. And so I would like to ask you, do you think that your generation is missing out on some of these traditions being passed on properly?
Isn't it more like
actually a little worried?
Or does your generation believe that they need tradition? Do they like our tradition?
I think to a certain extent. Till today, my daddy still does that thing where he holds like a drink or a cola nut, and then of course, he doesn't say like the incantations, but like he prays. And till this morning, like before he leaves, as early as he leaves, he holds like a glass and pours some on the floor, and he's speaking Igbo and saying, "No, we're giving you your own," you know. And it's very interesting. I always look at my brothers and I'm like, hope you'll be able to do these things, because I actually like the fact that, he does all of those things. Why
do you like it? Because
I feel like it has a very interesting meaning. Like I think
to your roots.
It's like it's very yes, and just like my daddy doesn't speak English to us. Like he doesn't speak English to us, even at the airport, anywhere. He would always speak.
English and give it to you.
No, he speaks Igbo to us, and then we answer him in English. And then the day that he's not in the mood, he gives it back to us immediately. Yes, and all. And then I think one of the other ways that we've learned from him, before I used to be like, why are you playing Osadebe and all this type of music? But now those are my jams. Like when I just hear some people, there are even new ones that I know of now, like Obiligo, I'm just like, yes, play it, let's get down, you know, and all of that. So
if tradition, good, can be passed down, we are sending our culture into the next generation.
Yes. Otherwise, they
and if not, they are actually, you asked me at the beginning, what do I like about culture? Because culture is about you sending the essence of you and your roots into the next generation. Otherwise, what happens is that they actually don't get the other culture properly. It's like they are hung, and they then don't understand their own roots and where they're coming from. That's my problem. If you see a Jewish young person till tomorrow, they do their mizpah and something, it's mizpah for the boys, and at 14, that's why the Jew remains a strong Jew, and has confidence. I like what your dad does, because that's spiritually taking over his house every morning.
No, but you see, among the Igbos, they also have coming of age for the young men, apart from the girls. But, you know, they still do it in some parts.
Do you still do that?
Yeah.
No, coming of age, age group. There's age groups.
Because this December, my brothers, so they, now in my village, they have like titles for certain. Yes, so now we have to travel, whether I would like it or not, because all my brothers are going to take a certain title.
So
They're going to be a certain title holder. So we all have
languages, though, when you were talking about languages, I recently started speaking Efik to my son. So my husband is Kwale, Delta. And then I just felt to myself, sometimes I feel bad when I see people that do not understand their language. Because I see even the French, no matter where they stay, if they live in America, they understand French. Even there's no even Yoruba people.
Do you understand,
oh my
do you
God.
understand enough Efik to teach that?
I speak Efik, but you want me to start here?
So because you see, that's one regret I have. That my husband is Ebo, which is Somondokwa, I'm Edo. So which language? So we spoke English.
No, you can't speak.
No, but the regret is I should have taught them what I knew.
Exactly.
I mean, even Yoruba or whatever. But
Yeah.
having said that, though, I want to go back to the question that it's very good. I like what focusing on is that tradition. Are we saying it is? No. So the point is, what are those things that must be a no-no? How do we sift?
I would ask Saja.
Anything that is harmful to our society, that is harmful to our body, okay. Take example when someone dies and you tell the wife to shave their head. What exactly are you saying? If I shave your head, what's it going to do? Do you understand?
It's a sign that you are
It's a sign that what? I can mourn without shaving my head. So you have to find out why is that tradition there and what does it do? I mean, you shave a woman's head if she does not want to do that for fashion. You remove her crown. That's what you do. You tell her to drink water that you used to bath a dead body. She can die from that, from infection. Yeah. You cut her clitoris because of what you're trying to do was stop her from being promiscuous. The child can die from that, from bleeding. You know, so we have to look at what tradition. Tradition is good. Tradition identifies us. Because look at the Oyinbo people that maybe because of slave trade, they've moved around the world and they don't know their roots. They're lost. If you do not know your roots and you cannot identify with a people, you are lost. So tradition is good. We just look at what is bad and harmful to us as a gender, to our society, and we change it.
I think as civilization comes and education comes, it behoves any people to see what traditions to leave behind. Even in the West, there are traditions that they've left behind. I mean, even in the West, they lynched people. So there are traditions that as civilization comes, we can leave behind.
I'm talking about our dress, how it is tradition, and how all over the world now, they look at us and they go like, that is beautiful, that is colorful. Look at the headgear. That is a good thing. Why would I want to stop that?
To finish with that, and you can show it. And anyway, in the earlier times, these were not made exactly how you and I are wearing it now.
You can modernize it. Look at this.
It's been modernized. And so, but it shows a pride of... It shows a pride of the roots when we are able to come out like this. Like she said, anywhere in the West, I would usually, even when my son was finishing at public school.
Which one, the first one or the second one?
The second one.
Your baby.
Yes. When he was finished, when he graduated in Oxford, I can show you the photograph, he told me to not do gele, but I must wear something traditional, that I needed to look different.
I must see that
so,
picture.
yes, what did I do? I tied, you know, the Igbo double wrapper.
2 wrapper.
Only one. Then did my lace blouse and then put pearls. And as I walked into the hall, the man at the gate...
queen from where?
Exactly, the man at the gate said, and who is fairest of them all? So, I mean, so you can bring your culture into things in a respectable and, you know, nice way, such that they can respect it, and you put it in the stage of the world in a good way.
I want to revisit that widowhood thing. I mean, I have a friend, in fact, my producer's friend lost her husband recently. And there was confusion because this one will say, this is what the tradition says, that's what the tradition says. I think in such circumstances, like you're saying, we should not throw away the baby with the bathwater.
Can you hold that thought? Because we need to stop, and we will be back to our audience because this is a long conversation.
Okay, are you guys game for continuing?
We can continue this conversation at the next time. Thank you very much for watching us. We'll be back.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Are you wondering why we're still wearing the same clothes? That's because we never left you. We're back in the lounge to continue this discussion on traditions. Should we stop some? But I like some, though. Anyway, we'll be having this discussion after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, we're in the lounge, like Anne said, but we're still in the lounge with Saudat, Chisom, Fumi, and me, of course, Adesuwa Onyenokwe. Where am I? But you know what? The beauty about the conversation we are having is that it doesn't ever end. They can continue online, and we don't have all the answers. But I think quite clearly from the beginning of this conversation, we all agreed that traditions... No, Anne has been...
She doesn't want me to show this my skirt, but I'm going to show it
Anne, you have introduced yourself now.
Yeah, but I'm still going to flaunt my skirt. My name is Anne.
Hey, are you a fly?
Yeah.
You know, because Anne's into, it's okay. I'm sorry, my dear. Before they say I use old woman sense. Remove your shine. No, but sincerely, I mean, I think we just finished that conversation without realizing we had done half an hour. And so we came back here. And would I be right if I said we all agree that traditions have their place?
Yes, of course.
But there are some that are not too good. But I like the tradition of lali and aphrodisiacs and getting them ready.
No, I'm so for that.
Oh, you're so for that.
Everybody for that except Auntie.
No, but honestly, the question I ask, which is why I think we should focus, I think we should focus on that. There seems to be so much preparation, right? When it comes to traditions, the focus is more on the female. I know women are important. After all, that's why today's woman exists, because I know women are important. But then if you're putting so much pressure on women to be a particular way, and then everything you do is to try to make her be good for the man, isn't that somewhat negative?
I mean, you all have been coming with that thought. And I've been suppressing saying why it is. But you know why it is.
Why?
We have evolved from a very chauvinistic society. Most societies, and not just us, everywhere in the world, the men had the power. The men laid down the rules. And who would not lay down rules to benefit themselves? So that is the root of it. Why do you think there was feminism and all those things evolving, coming out of traditions generally? That's because the root of most traditions, because they were handed down a long time, were rooted in chauvinistic societies. And it is that we hopefully are, through feminism, through education, through civilization, through women being themselves aware and not allowing themselves empowered, are trying to get rid of. So there's no point asking a question about what we know why. That's why.
I also want to say that sometimes it's how you interpret. A number of these things are not because they want to suppress the women, really. It's because they want, because quote unquote, the woman is the weaker sex. Yes. So some of these things are to protect. Some. It's how you interpret. Some are to protect. Or rather, maybe the intention was to protect. But you are protecting what wants to be protected. I want to fly. Let's take an example when you look at culture of religion. As a Muslim, they will tell you that, well, the culture is, oh, the woman is supposed not to do, some Muslim countries, the woman shouldn't drive, the woman shouldn't do this, the woman should do that. It's not like they said you should not drive. The woman should not do things that are strenuous. So those countries will tell you don't drive because they want a man to drive. As a Muslim, in the culture, I'm not supposed to cook my husband. He's supposed to make sure I eat. Yes. And I'm not bound to cook for him. But I have to eat.
When they don't allow people drive cars, it's to curtail movement. So you can give them the excuses.
No.
But it is to curtail movement.
It's the interpretation.
Look, then, if we all want to interpret that we are being protected, those societies should remain in those rules.
No, what I'm saying is how people interpret it, how they interpret a rule. Yeah. Take, for example, I learned here, talking to you on the show, that Islam says you marry 4 wives only if you can love them equally.
Well, it says
yes, equally.
If you can afford it,
so
you can love them equally.
So, but then you are now saying that Islam allows you to marry 4. Is that true?
Adeswa, how many people are able to sensually love 4 women equally?
They can't. That's what I'm saying. That means it doesn't say you should marry 4 wives.
Interpretation of it. And also the rule is one thing.
Are you saying, you said they can?
The rule is
they
one
can't.
thing.
Says they can't.
The rule is one thing.
Application
and the application is another thing.
Can I ask you
now, sorry, excuse me. Let me just treat that driving thing. Look at here. If you're a driver in Nigeria, you're a big girl. If you have a driver, you're a big girl now. But because it is your choice to have a driver. Now look at another community that is telling telling a man that you must provide a driver for your wife. She must not drive because it's strenuous. Now the woman, she's enlightened now. She feels as if, wow, they're holding me down. I can't go out by myself. So to her, it's punishment because somebody is driving her. She can't drive by herself. No, it can. That's what I'm saying. It can be.
Punishment is not because somebody is driving her, like you said. It's a big girl that's driven. It is not the fact that she's being driven that is punishment. What is punishment is that
people should have a choice.
She is not allowed to drive. Yes. So she doesn't have any control over her life.
But it is those that are interpreting that law that are saying don't drive. What we're trying to say is that protect your wife, don't let her do things that are strenuous.
So look at this too. I have a question. So my question is, so in Islam, you're not allowed to marry 4 wives unless you can take care of them, right? Who does joining?
Who does the joining?
Husband and wife.
The imam.
So at the point where the man came with more wives, was he asked that is he capable?
Which is
they'll ask you the question. Now you say you are.
Which is what comes to application.
Application.
The imams are men.
They are there
so the point is that's what comes to application.
We have to be careful in going down that path, because if you go down that path, then you're telling us to check it by each application. We need to decide whether a tradition is negative or positive, is right or wrong, rather than be trying to see whether an interpretation makes it okay.
Let's go to Christianity, where, for example, in more Orthodox churches, a woman can't be a pastor or a priest.
Yes.
Because Apostle Paul said at one point in time, let them be seen, not be heard.
But now everybody is fighting it. Yes. And there are now bishops and things, female pastors everywhere.
It was a culture. That's why it was existing,
Yes.
right? So even if you say it's in the interest of the woman, when the times change, shouldn't people change even if it's in the interest of the woman?
Yeah. I mean,
So,
like,
yes,
I have something to say. So my dad, I always would have to refer to him in this tradition. So he bought lands, properties in the village for us, inclusive of me. Of course, I'm the first. So, in fact, I even have the largest and the only. So I have like the largest portions of land. But then I know, but I know some people are asking why, because one day I'm going to get married and leave, and what's going to happen? Does it make sense to have this much property? What am I going to use it to do? And I mean, it doesn't make sense to me because I could come back to use it to do something.
What did your father say?
One day he just brought all of us and he was like, oh, this is yours. This is your brother's own. And he was just like, do whatever it is you want to do.
Money episode.
No, I wasn't.
Because I was going to say, I'm sure you got the reply, what you should reply them when they say, what are you going to do with all that money? You would have been able to reply them that it's for your self-confidence, it's for the power you need, and it's for spending.
So isn't that a function of how the father has chosen to apply something that exists? He's chosen not to listen because
you hear that in the Igbo culture, women are not allowed to inherit. But he's not looking at that now.
Yeah. He's taking care of.
And then I like what he's doing because, why wait until you die and leave chaos?
Yeah.
So why don't you do it now that you're like, I see very educated and enlightened people when they die. You should preempt the sort of thing that's going to happen because you're not unaware of the fact that this is what happens. So if you want to if you have 3 daughters and a son, and you know that when you will die someday. Do you understand? So why don't you gift it to them while you're alive and know that that's done? Because traditionally, that thing will never get to them.
That's another tradition that's not good.
Yeah, but that's
women
the point.
don't inherit.
We need to go to the root of those
In my
traditions
culture, women
inherit. Change it rather than hope that people apply them well. That's how I think.
Culture and
With
religion
those traditions
in Africa.
They're so intertwined.
They are so intertwined. When we talk about, sorry, I have to take you back to this 4 wives thing. What is happening here, especially in Africa here, is not about being a Muslim, marrying 4 wives. It's about being an African. The only difference is that the Muslims have excuse to marry 4 wives. There's so many Christians and non-Muslims that have married 4 wives. The only one that will open his mouth and tell you why he married you because my religion allows it. Keep quiet. We're not the only Muslims in the world. There are Muslims in the US, in the UK, all over the world. So why is it Nigeria here or Africa here that you now marry? You see, that is the thing.
I think Saudat is fighting that battle. So the Muslim men stop using it as an excuse.
Yes. If you want to marry, if by choice. Well, I can answer that question. He has to.
Yeah. I was going to say, and it shall remain so.
Amen. If you want to marry 4 wives, say, I want to marry 4 wives. Don't come and say because I'm a Muslim. Because many men have done that. Stop using Islam as your excuse. Don't do that. Yeah. Do marry and be, like my people say, do it with your chest. Just and say, yes, I want to. Own it, yes. And you see, there's nothing, I'm not going to say that it is wrong to marry more than 1 wife because some women actually marry women for their husbands.
Yes.
So if you want to do it, it is okay if you want to do it, especially if you, because even some children that are born in polygamous homes, they like it. They say that it is a good community for them. So the culture and the tradition that we have, if more, a large percentage of it for me is very good. I love being a Nigerian. When I am out of this country, I am intimidating. I know that a lot, especially when people know that I am Nigerian.
Oh my goodness.
I like the effect, especially in Africa.
What's the culture you take away that's so obvious?
Nigeria itself, the identity of being a Nigerian, the fact that we are confident.
Very confident.
When you go outside this country and you see a black person, that is confident, raising their voice and like, excited, 9 out of 10 times, that is the Nigerian.
Can I even say an
Do you understand?
accent? So why do we even like try to form other people's accent? A lot of people outside Nigeria really love our accents. Every time I go to Starbucks, there's always this guy asking, he's always adding more whipped cream because of my accent. He would just say to me, should I add more? Just so I say yes. You're like, ooh, I love it. And and then I come back here and everybody is trying to form British. In fact, I don't even know which it is,
But don't worry, when we go outside this country...
Can I ask the young people?
Plus me.
Yeah, you're included. You are included. Can I ask the young people, what do you think we need to do? Because let's get to the crux of this. Do we need to work to discontinue bad traditions, or should we be preaching application in a better way?
Start from here.
Yes, this has taken me to a discussion I had with somebody recently about adoption. So she said her dad had 2 girls and then wanted to have a boy, and then the mother was old. Her mother right now is maybe like in her late 60s, 70s, and then they wanted a boy, and then they started to apply to different places. But then they said that in their family, so I don't know if it's an Igbo tradition, but in their family, adopted kids are not recognized. So it was something that they had to fight for a while, because the man knew that he doesn't want all the property that he had to go to waste, because they won't give the daughters, he doesn't have sons. So now he went, and eventually they had signed up with an adoption home. Eventually they found twin boys. They wanted twin boys because just in case one dies, or just in case one is lonely. I'm telling you, so this is the reason. So they had 2 boys and they adopted the 2 boys, and then the family now accepted. So now when he died, these boys were 4 years old. They say, master this, master that. He's survived by sons, master this and master that. Now those children have even relocated to the US. And I'm thinking to myself, the property that he was fighting for, and the reason why he has left his children to this woman that cannot, she's 70. She's incapable of fighting these battles with these children right now. At the end of the day, is there a better way that we could have applied it, in the sense that this adoption, if it's more accepted, would more families have less problems?
So you're saying fundamentally try to work at changing the wrong or not so good traditions.
So in this sense, maybe we can apply. So people have been burnt by adopting children that have been a menace. That's understandable. So maybe in this one we can say, let's tweak it a bit. If families are open to it and you see that these are people that are distressed and they need this, then why not if not?
Okay, I think what you're saying, we're going to another topic here now. You're saying, traditions can be changed?
Or should they just be applied?
They can be tweaked. Like in this one, you can be tweaked, not necessarily.
Application. Thank you very much. And that was a very good way of saying it, and that we can tweak some of our traditions for modernity. So we shall go on a short break now, and we'll soon be back with more on tradition.
So, if you've missed any part of this conversation, you've missed a whole lot. I've been learning so much about traditions myself. My aunties and sisters in the lounge have been sharing so much about these traditions. And, Auntie Fumi says that we should keep a lot of these things. Should we?
I'm not saying keep the bad.
Okay.
But there is a lot in the good.
I think Chisom had this perspective. You're the youngest person.
I did ask Chisom to tell us what she thinks we should do to traditions that we don't consider very good. Is it to tweak them or to try to get rid of them?
I think we should get rid of them. What is bad is bad. What is harmful is harmful. And, bet new traditions, bet new things. I mean, something started someday. So there's nothing that we cannot start a new, So anything harmful should forever go. Be discard, like drinking the water from your husband's funeral, shaving your hair. I mean, if you want to, out of respect, I know a lot of people, when my last brother died, my mom shaved her hair just because she wanted to.
I like you bringing that in, because the shaving, a lot of people talk about the shaving a lot, but I think sometimes the shaving is just to honor the person that has...
take off all vanity.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to think about myself. I want to mourn.
Yeah, and she just did it for her son, and people were asking her why, and she was like, it's my son.
Exactly.
And that was just it, and everyone...
honoring
Yes,
him.
Even in the Igbo culture, daughters are also expected to shave their hair if their mom actually passed. And then I've had this conversation a lot of time, and I'm like, I don't know, but you know, if that time comes and I want to, I will.
Well, you know, the point you raise is quite key. If it's not harmful and it's not hurting anybody. Like what I told my sister-in-law, that look, listen, it doesn't remove anything from your skin. So long as it don't make you drink something, just let it be for peace sake. But where we get a problem is where there's no choice. Say you must. And if you say you must, because I mean, if you lose somebody, even if I shave my head because you made me say I should shave my head, it doesn't mean I'm going to really mourn that person. Because I mean, I have a friend, when her husband died, they were separated, they were quarreling, and they made her shave her head. Say when she was sitting down there, she was just cursing the man's dead body. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't change. She was cursing the man's dead body. But she did it so there wouldn't be any trouble, but she was cursing the man. So let it be, do what has to be done.
Let's go on a lighter note. Let's talk about the traditional, what would I call it, the masquerades and the fun things we do as, you know.
Okay, I think that takes us to the point of what is the good and what is the bad. You were going to ask us...
Yes, of what we do and what is enjoyable. What is enjoyable, that's the word, because she had given us an example for Sadebe. In fact, when she was saying it, I was thinking...
No, let's hum one of the songs.
Okay.
No, what's it now?
We can sing Ekwe.
Ekwe. No, that's not Sadebe. That is Onyeka.
No, I was wondering. Yes.
No, but it's home
so,
song.
yes, something like the Lagos States and the Egunguns, and tell us a bit about that.
Halloween is tradition for other cultures.
Yes.
Well, it had its roots in witchcraft, though.
Yes.
But we have our own other traditions here.
Yes.
Like the different masquerade. Although we have the, what's this masquerade now in, that they do a lot in Ikorodu and Ekwe? Oro.
Those are not
they are traditions.
ones.
They are not. They are horrible ones.
They're
Women
horrible.
are not supposed to come out.
Yes.
But then you have your festival that they flog women as well. You see, almost all of them are. Why?
It's all against women.
Oh, kind of, but they're fun looking at and stuff like
One
that.
tradition that I love, I'm not Yoruba, but I always like when they dobale at the wedding. Like, I'm just like,
Especially when the
yes.
guy is coming to beg.
Yes, like that.
Not only beg. When my children came for my husband's 60th, and people didn't know they flew in, and my father-in-law was in the function, at the function event place, and he didn't know that my boys came from abroad. And a lot of people in the room didn't realize they came. So they came, they went changed. So they came into the function hall and they just went straight to their grandfather and just prostrated. And our very close friend, Ibo, who has known the children for forever, you know, since we were married, he's been our friend, so he knows the children. So he asked me, he says, how did you get these foreigners to be doing this? I said, I don't know how they don't do it for us, but they're not going to be in the room with the grandparents and not do it. Yeah. You know, so there are those kind of things that, and you're not forcing them. It's something they've realized that it's a sign of respect in their culture. And it's not harmful in any way. And they just did it. I can imagine how wonderful my father-in-law felt.
And so, well, you know what? I'm a Yoruba woman, and I don't like the fact that, well, maybe I have to accept that it's not all cultures that they are women kneel down. But you have to curtsy. I just feel it is so rude. Maybe because I'm Yoruba, you see someone older than you. If you have to curtsy. You can't just stand and say, hey, and tell this one. You know, you just have to bend a bit, do something, just to show like.
This is how you shake.
Do you understand? Just
when you shake an elder, you do this. You hold the hand. It's like you're bowing.
Yeah.
But you're not like bending.
Yes.
I went to an Indian party recently, about 2 weekends ago. He's my neighbor. He's my neighbor, and I've known him for those years. And it was his birthday, and I'd never met the father. The father came. And then the father came to make a very short speech. And then he got up from his seat, exactly almost like, by the way they do this, He touches his father's shoes.
Yes,
He touched.
Did he touch his head with it?
No, with his hand. He touched his father's shoes. And then all the young people there also came out and touched the man's shoes. And I thought, we're not the only ones that dobale.
No.
So, but you see, the thing is, whatever it is we're doing, it can also become eye service. If it's for real, it's good.
Yes.
What Chisom said are key into that. When something is good, keep it going. When something is bad, tweak it as time goes on.
Tweak it, or she said get rid of it.
Get rid of it. Or you can even...
She says
tweak it.
Yeah.
So you see, this Egungun thing and all this eyo, oro, or maung, we call it maung, they are great. They are great things. They are great things that people can watch. So instead of saying they should be beating women, let them be beating sticks or trees.
In fact, they can tweak it. That's
where tweaking
it becomes a tourist attraction.
Exactly. Every Christmas in Calabar, they have the carnival where they have the masquerade parts where they come out and display. Then they also have a show that's usually on the 30th or 31st where all the ekpe and the masquerades come out. People pay to watch. So it's also making money for them. They come and they do all the displays and everything's very beautiful and nobody's beaten or anything.
But we're not allowed to come out. Like the females, and they come to like our compound.
So
and
the
have
question
a
is,
good
all
time,
these
but they
female
don't
things,
allow
leave
us.
women alone, Joe.
Exactly. Let us come and enjoy.
Leave women alone. They should stop because all this is power thing, everything.
So now that we've enjoyed ourselves with the good, can we just highlight what we would go around and we'll end with Adesua. So let's start with you. Let's start with you and go this way.
What do you want to say, the bad or
good?
The good? My good?
I like the bad. We've been enjoying ourselves with the
I
good.
need to mention this good that I want to keep.
Quickly.
You see that Calabar something? Yes. No, not Ekpe. You know, preparing the woman for marriage. We need to keep it. Okay. I like them to keep it.
What do you want us to get
rid of?
What do you
want to get rid of? FGM, breast flattening, and all that. They need to get rid of it.
Anything? Can you remember anything?
Yes, just down to like the masquerades and all the superpower about not letting women be there. They should scrap it. I want to watch them and dance with them and give them high five and chop, for being such beautiful gangster.
For me, it is any tradition that is precluding women from rights of enjoyment and rights of participation. I'd like them to be rid of.
Okay, I like that. Anything that women are not going to part of. But I also want to say that anything that is harmful, anything that will cause pain, anything that would be dangerous at the end of the day, if anybody participates in that sort of tradition, should be put away. But then if it's not harmful, it's not going to cost anything, then why not if not?
You said FGM, not everybody knows.
Female genital mutilation, what some people call circumcision for women.
Yes. Just for our listeners, I guess. What. So,
like they said, whatever hurts, if it hurts somebody else, then don't do it. And, whatever the reason is, we didn't even give the example of these people in China or Japan that they tie people's feet so they don't grow.
You can, although it's not our culture, but you
No, but it's true. The thing is,
the
point I'm making here is, anywhere in the world, there will always be something that you do, which is a power thing because you want to bring the other person down. Yeah. What we're saying here is, whatever the culture is, if it is negative, most times around here it's negative to the female, we're saying. Yeah. So we should begin to look at it again and say, hey, is it really right? And also the women themselves should also begin to look at it and say, look, maybe we should do it differently. Because at the end of the day, these widowhood practices are inculcated by women.
Yes, women are...
this circumcision is inculcated by women. Yeah. The fattening room, by women. Everything that we do is women that make it happen. We are custodians. Yes, so we can begin to say, yes, we want to raise our girls to be good wives, but we also need to raise our boys to be good husbands.
Yes.
Yes, we want to be able to curtail our girls from being, we should also curtail our boys from being. Let's do it both ways. This culture, so let's just remember that we are all human beings, equal dignity and equal rights. I think, for me, that's what matters. But if it's good, keep it. If it's bad, throw it out, like Chisom said. Should we? Yes. Are we gone? We're good. So at this point in time, we will say bye. Remember, the conversation doesn't end here. We can even talk about this continuously. The message is on screen where you can go join TW Conversations, whatever it is. Chisom knows. What is it?
At TW Conversations on Instagram.
Okay.
Yes.
So please, follow us.
Follow us. We'll follow you back.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from a family that only celebrates children because our mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not you.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Good evening, I'm Tolu Ojomi. This is the news update. Now, as the 2023 elections draw near, there are plans and conversations concerning candidates, parties, and strategies. In a discussion session with Professor Patutomi, the need for young people to be more rational, more than emotional, was emphasized. He is of the opinion that forming an alliance of dedicated and determined youths would kick bad leaders out.
Politically, they're spending far too much time on Twitter abusing each other rather than acting rationally together. That's the point I was trying to make. That in our time, we didn't quarrel that much based on those kinds of things. Now, by the way, I was not part, well, I shouldn't say I wasn't part. The third force thing, because I ran under APC in 2019, I ran for office. So I could not have been in the third force, but I encouraged it. The people who were organizing it came to me, and I gave them money, what little I had, because I thought it was important to do. But I was a member of the APC. I was, in fact, a candidate. I was running for office under that banner. What happened in 2019 with the group, first and foremost, was there was too much ego tripping on the part of many of the people who came up. That's okay, that's human. But also, the APC and PDP, their machine was still much better oiled back then. We don't have any excuse if we don't chase these guys out next year, because their machines have cracked, engines have knocked, and we need to organize, and we are organizing. I don't like to call it third force. I like to call it the alternative platform, because I think that APC, PDP are one party. The alternative people's-based party. If you will, a construction of a coalition of women. And we saw what happened last week in the National Assembly. This class has contempt for women. They have contempt for young people. They have contempt for intellectuals. Just construct an alliance of these groups with labor, which is what we're doing right now. You get these guys out. Very easy, I think. Good evening.
Edo State Police Command has reiterated its commitment to ridding the state of criminal elements, as well as create a conducive environment for law-abiding citizens. The command spokesperson, Kotung Bello, made this known when a kidnapped suspect alongside a fake alert specialist were paraded. An interaction with PlusTV News crew says the suspects narrate their level of involvement in the various crimes they were brought in for.
One of the oil host community in Ovia, southwest of Edo State. Now it seems to be a shadow of itself as indigents have no access to social amenities. More worrisome is the road leading to the community, as it is a no-go area when the rain sets in.
Like you people came here now, all the way from Igwonwa, is by community effort. The road is seriously bad.
Journey from here to Benin supposed to be about 30 to 40 minutes. 40 minutes on the maximum. But we now travel from here to Benin for over 2 hours.
So this road, we dey pass go Benin, sometime a year, we know they see motor because bad road. This boy, Mr. Kuba, he come. He say he must do it for us. Really, he gather the people. The road, he do am. Now we dey enjoy the road.
In a bid to ease their plight as a people, they are calling on individuals, government.
From Edo State, we come back to Lagos State, and the people of Ikorodu community have heaved a sigh of relief as they trooped out to the town hall to witness the unveiling of Ikorodu Division Peace Initiative Limited. The security outfit has been established to provide information to Nigeria Police Force in order to bring sanity to Ikorodu, which is notorious for crimes. Our correspondent, Paul George, reports.
The community put together the Ikorodu Division Peace Initiative Limited, IDPIL. The move is inspired by waves of crime in Ikorodu. Royal Majesties and people from all walks of life graced the occasion. The host, Odofin Adeomi Ogunsoya, a senior advocate of Nigeria, is the chairman of IDPIL. In his opening speech, he says there has been no other option than to find a means to curb the incessant criminal activities in Ikorodu. He speaks alongside the executive secretary of the initiative.
It is high time security was seen as the collective responsibility of all stakeholders and hence should not be left for the government alone. I'm glad and proud to state that Ikorodu division has blazed the trail, being the first among the 5 divisions of Lagos State to embark on this well-structured community-sponsored security arrangement.
Ikorodu scenario in terms of criminalities has been very, very unpalatable. And we cannot continue, and no government and no kingship will allow his kingdom to turn into a den of robbers, to turn into a den of kidnappers. And that is why we come up with IDIPIST to look into these issues and provide solutions to them.
On his part, the chairman of the occasion hints of continuous support in order to get rid of the criminals in Ikorodu.
The initiative is so very important. Secure the environment. After securing the environment, then try to grow the environment and prosper the environment. That will make a contribution to this cause and to continue to support this cause.
The Anyogbore of Ikorodu, Kabiru Shotobi, will rather speak in Yoruba language to drive his message down to indigenes of Ikorodu.
Lọ́wọ́ orí adé gbogbo orí adé tó wà níbí báyìí lénìí ipe nǹkan tí a jọ ṣe àṣọrò ẹ̀ ní Council of Obas and Chiefs Ikorodu division ó materialize lénìí. Eléyìí tó wà fún ní iṣẹ́ ìlú kò wà fún iṣẹ́ ajagunbalẹ̀. Wọ́n gbalẹ̀ mi, wọ́n dúró lórí ilẹ̀ mi, kò wà fún yẹn rárá. Wọ́n tẹ̀ ti ṣe insurance fún wọn to look after 4 of their family.
The high point of the event is the unveiling of utility vehicles and 20 motorcycles for security operations within the community. It is hoped that this move will achieve its obvious aim to rid Ikorodu of crimes. Paul George, Plus TV News.
Coming up next on our Street Views, Nigerians express concerns over maintenance culture when it comes to government infrastructure. Take a listen.
Actually, I'm not satisfied with the way we handle government properties and equipments in the country. Take, for instance, if you look at our roads, when the roads are constructed, they are always good. We will celebrate, but in the next 2-3 years, come and look at the road again, everything it will be something else. There will be potholes, there will be this, and there will be all over the road. Even the street lights will no longer, you see the bulbs are not working again. And that is because we lack this maintenance culture in Nigeria.
They leave these things to totally decay just in order to allocate unnecessary cash to do them, such that they can siphon this cash at the end of the day. Now, so when they are supposed to maintain this thing, when the decay is very little, they don't do it. Do you get? So once something that's supposed to fix with very little cash, when they start seeing the decay, they don't do it. They allow it to totally collapse, so that they can allocate money such that it can benefit their pocket. That's what they do. So maintenance culture is basically zero. We pray that we don't suffer dearly for our negligence.
Government facilities are poorly managed, poorly maintained, because there are no checks and balances, and also because of the bureaucracy nature of governance. For you to even just get somebody to come and clean the place, you need to get an approval from one director from Abuja. One director needs to send approval to one, So the bureaucracy process is really one of the factors that is also affecting the maintenance culture of government facilities.
Let's give you business news. The Federal Competition Consumer Protection Commission, in collaboration with the ICPC, National Information Technology Development Agency, and the Nigeria Police Force, raided some illegal financial institutions operating on Okwebi Road, Ikeja, Lagos. Among the financial institutions affected were GoCash, Okash, Easy Credit, Cash, Speedy Choice, Easy Money, and the FCCPC said was in response to customers' complaints to malpractices by the financial institutions. Speaking during the raid, the Chief Executive Officer, Babatunde Erokera, explained that customers had accused the financial institutions of violating their privacy in their debt recovery drive. Now, entertainment news. The governor of Niger State, Sani Bello, has announced that a major financial group has partnered the state government to boost tourism in the state. According to a statement sent to merrymakers, the decision of the foreign investor to invest in the Shagono Beach Resort was the outcome of Governor Bello's foreign investment drives in recent times. Located in the Bogo local government area of the state, the resort has been a major investment center. He went on to say that the project, which is conceived as a public-private partnership PPP on build, operate and own model, is aimed at putting the state on the global tourism map while boosting its internally generated revenue. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I'm Tolu Ojeomi. Thanks for watching. Good evening.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Nigeria is witnessing an increase in entrepreneurs, startup companies, and small and micro-scale businesses. Economists say one of the major reasons for this is a problem that has plagued the country: unemployment. Many Nigerians spend several years at home jobless before securing their first jobs or settling for other options. The National Bureau of Statistics puts the country's unemployment rate at 33.3%, the highest on record. Rather than sit at home and complain, more young people are becoming innovative and turning their hobbies into businesses. Olayanwaju sold clothes in his undergraduate days to make extra income. He now does the same thing, but this time around to make a living.
It came as a motivation for me since my university period, because I actually went into selling of NYSC kits, selling all these basic minor clothes. Then after a while, after going to service, it occurred to me that the kind of set of people I roll with, this is what is going on in town. This is the fashion store. This is the brand. And I've been known as Roger Wears. So why is Roger Wears still selling this? Why can't he just move up from this business into the main industry?
Samuel Joy learned to cut hair during her days of unemployment. It's now what she does for a living.
Actually, it hasn't really been easy though,
but a lot of challenges ahead of it, and some I've faced though, and it's cool. But I love it being, I was once a tomboy. That's when I learned barbing. And ever since then, I think I've been able to convince people to believe my skills.
Unemployment and poverty also forced Willie to be a barber on the streets of highbrow Victoria Island in Lagos.
When I was growing up, father actually wanted me to do something good. Wanted me to go to school, wanted me to have a good grades in school. Well, the system in the country. When after the school stage, you come back, you graduate from school, you still don't have good jobs out there.
On the flip side, unemployment has led to the stagnation of some individuals who find it tough to adapt because of their specializations. Wale Scott, a professional sports broadcaster, lost his job at the peak of his career. His unemployment journey lasted about 7 years. Moving on and getting another job was more difficult than he had imagined it would be.
A Wale Scott with all that talent doesn't have a job. But I realized that every office I went to, when I picked myself up, when I get there, the guys who are in my department there are like, I beg, I space no day, because they have job security problems. As in, if this guy comes, he's going to take our job. That was my major reason why I didn't get a job that early. Everybody felt like, it's good. If he comes, he's going to take our job and all that. So I didn't get a job for a long time.
All this doesn't mean there aren't people who still get white-collar jobs. But what factors make some people employable and others unemployable?
As a job seeker, you need to position yourself to get that fresh information. The longer a job opening is out there, the reduced or the more reduced your chances as a job seeker to get shortlisted. So that's the first thing first is the information and the network. Then the next step is actually your own preparedness, which is your documents, your marketing tool, your CV. Anything that will sell you best should come first on your CV or should be prominent on your CV. There are some schools that if you are a graduate of that school, just put it at the bottom of your CV. So if your CV is a 3-pager, let it be maybe like the second to the last item on your CV. There are some schools that you need to put proudly on the first page because those schools are considered to be thorough and rigorous in their processes. So how do you apply? If you're applying to an online portal, fine, you have to upload your CV still. Or you could apply to an email. Usually such vacancies, there's always an email for you to send your email. So when applying, ensure that you're applying properly. And the basic rules are the subject must be the job title you're applying for. So for instance, if it's an accounting role, the subject should be accountant or accounting opening, something like that.
Everybody's the talent, but are you actually the right talent for that particular role? Then again, what exactly are you prepared? When I mean the right talent, you have the right skills, you have the right qualification, experience. So all this, and also it has to do with your behavioral attributes for the role. So if you have all this, yes, maybe you could actually get qualified for the role. But when you don't have this, you become like a misfit for the role. What makes people unemployable is also a determinant of your readiness. Are you available? Are you actually what we want for that role?
At a point in my life, I actually did consider it. And I was back in school. I did consider going into Yahoo Yahoo.
All right, so what changed your mind?
It's something that when I tried to, I felt this adrenaline rush of being scared of being caught, being scared of sitting in jail. It's something that I did try for like a week, not even, it didn't take up to 2 weeks, just a week. And within that week, it's something I understood that, no, this is no way for me. Because, for example, there are a lot of youths that are just like me in the same markets that were into this business. And I've seen a whole lot of them that have bought cars just from this business, that have gotten a house just from this business.
There is no lady that is willing to do something that is illegal. Yeah. It's just due to the what is it called, the bad economy in our country. Because I see myself as somebody that has really been focused from my childhood. There are some ladies that doesn't have patience in doing some things they do. That's why you see some runs girls around.
Our Nigerian youths won't try because go easy. At Ibere, kind of primary, from primary to secondary. Secondary, most of them are university, not graduate. After graduation, on the serve, a year, a year to be served. So one serve that most of them want to send the federal, one serve the federal, and one can serve the states. Instead to can remain one, síbẹ̀, on that one lẹ̀. So àwọn ẹ̀yà òpè kí làwọn fẹ́ ṣe, most of them want online business náà ń ṣe. Tó bá wo náà ọjà ń sìn, àwọn youth náà pọ̀ jù in business náà ṣe.
So I feel a lot of people actually have this mindset of they want to go into legal ways and make it out of the legal ways. So one day they can always say, back then I never had it, but today I have it because I set my mind into this market business and not the other shady business, because no one knows tomorrow.
The problem is not the guys from the outside. It's actually from the inside. You don't get any more respect at home anymore. The wifey doesn't respect you anymore. Your mother, your parents don't respect you anymore. And if you are fortunate that you have siblings who actually have jobs during that period, the parents, people around you tend to actually give the respect to those people, and you lose your respect as the elderly one. So the time I felt I lost was the time I got into drinking, because people at home expect you to come back and they want to talk to you, they want to insult you, and to forget it, to get a deaf ear to the insult. You get to get drunk, get high, just come home and sleep. Whatever they're saying, you can't hear them. And it's a terrible mental state when you can't bring money out to feed your family. You can't bring money out to take care of the house. The worst part is when you go out in the mornings, early in the mornings to go and look for a job and come back in the evening, your neighbors are wondering, where does he go every day, Seth? As in, when it's time for them to pay for the woman that sweeps the floor, he can't pay. Time to pay for the rent, he can't pay. So where does he go every morning? But you can't stay at home as a man. But you still go out all day, come back at night, no luck. And then nobody at home is understanding that there's no luck, it happens. They're like, why would you have luck?
Most of my friends are already well made, and probably there are times when they will just call me, what's up? Knowing that I'm this kind of person that likes going to parties, I like going out. What's up, Proja? Come on, let's go out, let's hang out. But due to the fact that I'm jobless and probably have no cash on me, I will just respectfully decline the offer.
Both the private sector and individual have roles to play as far as employment-related issues are concerned. Take the private sectors, for example. Private sectors, or private sector rather, not sectors. The private sector have, they have to help to drive the public sectors in every area where it is failing. I give you a very good example. In the ongoing pandemic, the government of Nigeria has not been able to take to life any vaccine. Not because there are no researchers, not because there are no research institutes, but there were other factors that go into that space to make it happen. One of it is funding of research. We have to start changing the orientation of people. There is the mentality of quick wealth all around, all over the whole place, which is why a whole lot of young people are involved in Yahoo, in code, and all other things. And when you speak with them, they tell you, oh, it's because there are no jobs. That's why I have to go that way. But in the real sense, there is a due paying process period when people are supposed to commit to a job or a role or a work or a vocation and learn the ropes, become experts.
Everybody has a skill, yeah, but it's just sacrificing the time and creating the time in making that thing grow in you.
When we talk about vocational trainings, right, I've come, just like you said, not like white collar jobs is not for everyone. I mean, we've come to realize that. At the moment at Jobberman, we are in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. We are upskilling about 5 million. Well, the mandate is 5 million young Nigerians over 5 years, right? And place 3 million of them in work. And of the 3 million of them that we're upskilling, some of the things that have come up is the importance of gig work, the importance of internship. So it's not just having a full-time employment, but having dignified employment, right? And blue-collar jobs also fall under dignified employment. However, because of the country that we're in, a lot of blue-collar jobs are not regarded as dignified, right? So you go anywhere outside the country, so maybe the developed world, and you have like a plumber, you have like a carpenter, and they are regarded and they are respected, right? However, in Nigeria, you have carpenters, you have plumbers, and most times those professions, although not white collar, are not regarded, right? So what we really would love to do is to make these blue collar jobs dignified. And how do we make them dignified? By teaching these people, or teaching people who are going through vocational trainings, the necessary skills that will make them stand out. So yes, white collar jobs are not the only answer when it comes to employment. Blue collar jobs as well are our answer to unemployment.
After all said and done, changing the public perception that white-collar jobs are the only dignified form of labor may just be a start in the eradication of the stigma of unemployment. More people are building businesses from their talents, passions, and hobbies.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your favorite social diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Jacinta Obiuku. And on today's show, we have two interesting events that you will definitely enjoy. The UK Alumni Awards 2021-2022 has recognized and celebrated the benefits that studying at UK University has had on individuals, their community and country. All alumni would also be integrated into the global alumni body. That comes with additional national level awarding ceremonies. The ceremonies would be held in 23 countries. Take a look. It was an evening of celebration of the achievements of outstanding international alumni who have studied at the UK universities in the past 15 years. It was the 8th year of the prestigious awards, but the 3rd edition to be celebrated in Nigeria.
These are the 12 finalists in Nigeria out of 1,500 applications received from alumni in more than 100 countries. That's representing alumni from around 80% of all UK higher education institutions. There are categories of Science and Sustainability Awards, Culture and Creative Awards, Social Action Awards, also Business and Innovation Awards.
We help young people to gain the skills, confidence, and connections they're looking for to realize their potential, to participate in strong and inclusive communities. These individuals, essentially represent our country's greatest assets, because when you talk about what's most valuable, our most valuable assets here in Nigeria, and it's our people, it's our youth, and not the oil.
Next is the presentation of certificates and then awards presentation to the winners.
And the winner in this category is Oluwafemi Adiola Adedigbe. Please put your hands together for him.
The winners who expressed their joy shared some of their achievements so far.
I'm an advocate of student education, and I take pride in developing students wherever I find myself as a science, technology, engineering, and mathematics ambassador. It's not just enough for us to fold our arms and see our kids not doing well in school or to blame the system. It's for us to think inwards on what we can do to improve the system.
For me, this award feels like a well-deserved recognition for the impact I've been able to make with the CP community, which is a platform that supports international students in the UK with the right information, resources, and a supportive community. The international student journey in the UK tends to be a lonely one, but with the community, we're able to provide that emotional support that international students need in order to settle into the UK and navigate life there.
It was my studies in the UK, especially the environment created by the University of Southampton, that showed me how powerful entrepreneurship could be. For those of us who are Nigerians, we understand how tough entrepreneurship can be. It can be a very difficult journey, especially over the last 2-3 years because of all this pandemic.
If you see something in your community, if you see a need, if you see a problem that you're concerned about, don't wait for all the stars to align. Don't wait for the conditions to be perfect. Don't wait until you have all the credentials. Just take a step and decide to help one person. And you'll be surprised at how that can snowball into a movement that is way bigger than you.
British Deputy High Commissioner and Country Director, British Council Nigeria, believes Study UK has great impact in developing Nigeria.
I'm just so proud, really, of all of the winners, and not just what they've done in gaining an international education in the UK and some of the most prestigious, most excellent universities in the world, but also, as you say, the impact they've had and are having on return, and in terms of growing jobs, in terms of their social action. And really, I think they're not just impressive people, they're influencing so many other people to follow in their path and to become, excellent citizens of Nigeria, but also have that excellent education. So I'm really proud of them, really pleased, and it's a great way to celebrate them.
Super proud to have such, we know there's so much talent in Nigeria, but to recognise the talent, but to recognise it because the talent has studied in the UK, they've made connections, they've expanded their skills and experience, their academic credentials, but then they come back to Nigeria to make a difference, which is what it's all about, really. There's huge talent in Nigeria. There's huge potential and some challenges that need to be solved. And the talent that we've seen tonight through the Study UK Alumni Awards just show us what difference it can make when these talented individuals come back and put into practice the things that they've learned, the connections they've made. So I'll start where I began, super proud.
As a visual artist, I came to the UK to study international management. There I was able to learn mathematical skills, numerical skills, analytical skills, and critical skills that I was able to come back to Nigeria, and that was in 2008. Since I came back, I became a lecturer at the University of Port Harcourt, and while I was there, I started lecturing design management and graphics. Doing that, I was able to bring to play all that I learned in the UK.
Now, when you look at the situation in the country, you find that music is mostly done in private schools, and the public school children don't have this privilege. So it's like a big man picking thing, you understand? And when I was coming up too, I had that issue. You want to take violin lessons, and they are telling you pay 1 billion naira. And you can't even buy the instruments, they're also very expensive. I had this privilege of studying in the UK, and before I studied in the UK, I did geology. And then, because the music has been there, I had always wanted to switch to music. And then I heard that they had music production. You don't have it anywhere in Nigeria. You understand? So I did a master's in music production and emerged the first Nigerian woman, the first Nigerian to bag this degree. And coming back to Nigeria, I'm looking at making it, a thing in our own institution.
I feel great. I feel really blessed to be recognized for my work. So it feels good to be one of the finalists, especially to represent my university, to represent all the work that I've been doing. I feel really blessed.
We ask that you remain worthy ambassadors of the Study UK brand by continuing to strive for excellence, supporting the growth, what you've started essentially by supporting growth in your immediate communities and country, and sharing your study experiences with others who might have similar ambitions in terms of studying internationally.
The 4 global winners will be invited to the UK for a professional networking visit to build their networks and boost their careers.
Damua bata kareba. Damua bata kareba. Damua the masaloni.
Well, I'm sure you enjoyed that. So our next interesting event is where the Federal Government Girls College Abuloma Old Girls Association Lagos chapter organized a 3 days on the road from Abuloma conference to help the women create a workable structure that will attain success, as it's important for women to learn about money, how to make it, keep it, and invest it.
In this auditorium are the old students of the Federal Government Girls College Abuloma, and it's their very first on the road from Abuloma conference. This maiden edition is focused on the financial literacy, with the aim to enable women design a game plan towards protecting their financial future. The theme for this conference is Finding Our Balance, Building a Structure for Sustainable Wealth as Women.
The bank of the future. Please jam your hands together.
During the keynote address by a founding partner, Ms. Boma Alabi, she addressed the old students and encouraged them to take the first step as long as you know what and where you're going to.
As we build a structure for sustainable wealth for ourselves, we have to build to go beyond ourselves and impact our world. And we can. So on the road from Abuloma, what we must do is empower ourselves, get that balanced financial independence, have fun, and impact our universe. How? We'll get the lessons and then just do it. Face the fear and do it anyway.
Still addressing the matter on how women can build finance for their family, the guest speaker Shola Adesakin, who has over 20 years of experience as a chartered accountant, listed out major skills on having a sustainable wealth.
You cannot rise above what you think about money. You know why a lot of people feel exasperated by money issues? Mindset. And when you see money as something that is, hey, I cannot be rich. Money money is only a representation of value. Value ideally should magnetize money. So the first thing, again, as I talk about financial literacy, is limiting beliefs. Those conditioning that you have had about money, those thoughts, those silly thoughts going on in your mind about how only colored people can have money, only educated people can have money. No, you can have money, and it starts from your mindset. I will recommend a book. I love the book so much. Get the book, read it. It will sort of revolutionize your thinking about money. It is called A Happy Pocket Full of Money by Cameron G. Candy. Brilliant book. It will show you that beyond the action, there is the right mindset that attracts money to you. You see, they say that as a man thinketh, so is he. The whole Bible says that. You are literally what you think about yourself and what you think about the ability to build wealth.
A panel was set up to discuss about finding our balance as smart women and personal finance management.
I tell myself something. You can't conquer what you can't confront. So it's about understanding me. What are my limits? What can I actually do? And when I ask myself, what can I do? And how can I do it? I understand the obstacles that I can challenge. I also understand the obstacles that I have to walk around. So there's some that, head on, I face it, I fight. There's some that I'll just walk away. There's some maybe I just have to dig through it quietly. So having it all for me is dynamic. It changes from time to time. It's let me know that if I do that, hey, I'm made.
To rebuild your life is a humongous task because you are building your mental health, you're building your physical health, you're building your financial health. And this is a limiting thing for women. We have to be honest. We are still Africans. In the African setting, divorce is a stigma for women. For men, it's an open door to continue your life. So it's something that we have to be honest about. I'm very, very frank when it comes, because I meet women every day. And you will see this woman, I'm like, there's a woman that we work with, her business, her turnover, annually on her own, without anybody's help, is 900 and something million naira annually. I'm like, do you realize how big this business is? She's not taking any debt from anybody. She's grown the business just with profit. This woman lacks the confidence to go and take debt. So I want to debunk this impression that is the illiterate, the unsuccessful woman that does not have confidence. It's not true.
I would like to say this with all sense of responsibility. There's never a one-size-fits-all when it comes to financial management. The fact that my friend, who is not in a paid employment, is doing something and she's getting returns doesn't mean I, who is in a paid employment, can, do the same thing.
Speaking with the president of the Federal Government Girls College Aboloma, she shared the aim of this conference and what they want to achieve from this association.
To make the woman, to find that balance. As a woman, what do we do? A mother, a wife, you forget you are you. You were you before any other thing. Do you understand? And we have this thing as well, we feel guilty. When I'm growing in my career, have I neglected the family? Have I neglected the partner? But we want us to be comfortable in achieving everything, our balance. Okay, yes, I'm a mother. Yes, I'm a wife. But I'm also a business owner. I'm also financially, independent and all that. So that's what we sought to do. And we do believe that for you to have relevance, relevance is not the word. To be listened to be in the room, to take a seat, you've got to, first of all, have I won't say first of all, but you must be financially, independent. so that you can be in the room when things are happening.
All students are super excited about the conference. They shared how the conference is very impactful.
This is the maiden conference, and to be frank, it's up to the standard I expected. And there's really a lot to take home from this conference, especially the women. You know, they've been preaching a lot about women finding their feet in the society, and this is like a bedrock for us to come together and actually know what to do as women. Not necessarily that we're old girls of Abloma, but also it's helping us to find our fitting in ourselves, our businesses, in all that we do, and also to be an impact to the society in general.
Of course, it's like a financial literacy program for us women. And as the first speaker said, you know, it's not too late. It's not too late to start as women, and we have to be us first as women. If we build ourselves as women, then we'll be better wives, better mothers, better people to the society. And of course, the second speaker said a lot about building financial portfolios, you know, multiplying our finances. It's not just saving, but of course, investing and multiplying our finances.
Some speakers at the event encouraged the women to always seek to solve problems, avoid dream killers, and carry as little as they can so they can soar.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on this episode of Plus Events. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus TV Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. Please stay safe.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
I was broke, man. It's not funny. Do you know that? Let me tell you something. Most rich people picking no get money. You know why? Because they don't feel the need to work or aspire or want to be something. You understand? You know, my mom died when I was 11. You know, I'm the last born of 5 kids. So from a young age, I knew what I wanted to do. You understand? I fought to do this music. I come from a family where it's school. When you finish school, go and work for Popsy. Do you understand? So this music is something I had to fight for and work hard for. So, you know what I'm saying? To become Davido wasn't anything like, say, Popsy help me or anything. Of course, my dad has played a very key role in my career, for sure, as a mentor, as a supporter and everything. But I feel like if you want to, no matter who you are, no matter the background you come from, you have to work.
2013, 2014, when Show Me Your Rosé was like the biggest song in Nigeria, I had an Achilles tendon injury. I couldn't walk for like about 6 months. You know, I used to go to shows with crutches, and before I go on stage, I drop my crutches and jump in. And after that, I keep bleeding after every performance. And at some point, the doctor told me to stay off stage and stay off performing for the longest time. And at that time, my record label left me. I was totally alone. Big up my manager at the time, Kolo. He was, you know, right beside me at every point in time. At that point, I wanted to give up, you know, just a single artist, nobody supporting me, nothing. It was just, you know, you guys, my fans out there, and the few people that kept telling me, yo, your sound is different, you need to keep going, you know? And I kept going, and prayers and God, that was all it took, you know? So if I can do it, trust me, don't try to be Don't try to be the next me, because you might not get it right. Just try to be the first you, because that is the only way that you will stand out and be a legend in your own world. So saying that, I want you guys to know that life is not as hard as people make it look. Try to live your life like water. No matter how they cut you, they leave no scars, you know, but have no foes, have not too many friends, but believe in those that you believe in, because when you believe and share positive energy to the universe, it comes right back to you.
It's a funny one though. I remember this one vividly. I just started Flatmates. Back then, not the new Flatmates, like some 15, 16 years ago. After I graduated from the University of Lagos, so I wanted to do my own thing and I started shooting Flatmates. But there was no money. No money to even take tapes sometimes to TV stations, because I'll be the one to shoot sometimes myself, carry the camera, shoot, write on a paper that we use only one paper that you read, okay, but say your line, say my own. So we don't even photocopy scripts because there was no money at the initial stage. So I remember, because I had to deliver a tape to MITV to show their own for the week, deliver another one to LTV to show their own for the week, deliver to NTA Channel 2, because the program became so big after the initial one at STV, so every TV station was asking for it. And I trekked, I remember vividly, trekking from MITV in Ikeja to my friend's house in Abeson, Ipaja. Wow. As in, I trekked, because there was no other way I would be able to get home. From University of Lagos, I managed with the little money I had to get to MITV and LTV to give them the tapes that would run, because if I didn't, then there would be nothing to show. So I had to go back home, so I had to trek. I think this will be able to inspire people.
When I was starting off, I remember at some point, when I started working with a radio station, you know, I wouldn't want to mention the radio station. Back in Jos those days, the station used to be situated at a 12-story building, you know, and our office was on the 9th floor, and the office didn't have an elevator. There was no functional elevator, so we used to walk all the way to the 9th floor and then back. And then my salary then was 4,000 naira a month.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and that 4,000, I used to have one of my colleagues who used to work with me then, so we split it to 2,000 naira every month.
And what year was it?
It's 2004.
Years ago, I had just come to Lagos. I'd like to think that I was about 22 years old at the time. I had my break in the industry, but it wasn't. I was still an up-and-coming actress. So I think it was a year where my big film came out. So yeah, I got roles. I was having offers to work, and then I was paid good money. And then I went to see some group of friends that I had on the island, and they were like the big girls. So then they were buying, there was somebody who brought bags for sale. The bags were like 350,000 naira each. And I mean, I couldn't have afforded it at that time, but it didn't make any sense to me to buy a handbag for 350K when I was doing very okay with my 25,000 naira bags and 15,000 naira bags. And so, because they were, you know, they were like, oh, this will look good on you. You need to, you know, now you're a Lagos girl. You know. I'm like, okay. So out of the pressure, I took 2 other bags. So when I got home, I called the girl who sold the bag. I said, look, would it be possible to return these bags? Because I don't think I really need them. And she was like, oh, sure, why not? And that's how I returned the 2 bags. And I didn't take the bag. So I went back to buy my 15,000, 25,000 naira bag at that point in time, because that was what I felt like, that was what made sense to me at that time. Now, what is the story, the lesson of this story that I just told, what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that there is time for everything. Take your life one step at a time. Do what you can afford. Do not be pressured, because that lifestyle you're looking at today, if you build yourself today, you might just be able to afford even much more than that tomorrow. But the thing is this, you have to start from somewhere. And then not just like you start making money today, you want to have the most elaborate or the most flamboyant things. No, you have to save. It's so important to save. And if you don't save, you can't have a financial stable life.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not numb. And I'm a big risk taker and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own, it's an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates while working. I'm also 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
This is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has signed the 2022 appropriation bill of 1.758 trillion naira into law. Capital expenditure stands at 1.16 trillion naira, representing 66% of the budget estimates. Recurrent expenditure is 591 billion naira, representing 34%, to maintain the 66.34% ratio budget tradition of Lagos State. The 2022 budget is to consolidate infrastructural development across the state in line with the administration's themes developmental agenda. This is aimed at addressing education, infrastructure, health, technology, social intervention, rail projects, and other critical areas. Welcome once again. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. This episode features Governor Sanwo-Olu signs 1.7 trillion naira Lagos 2022 budget into law. Full implementation expected. Red-Blue Line rail projects, completion deadline on course. Lagos unveils consolidated transport levy for commercial drivers. These and many more when we return. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has signed the year 2022 appropriation bill of 1.75 trillion naira into law. The budget has a slight increase from the initial 1.38 trillion naira to 1.758 trillion naira. Budget of consolidation. That's what Governor Sanwo-Olu calls the 2022 budget. He signed it into law at the State House, Alausa, Ikeja. The budget has a slight increase in the grants total from the initial 1.38 trillion naira to 1.758 trillion naira. Governor Sanwo-Olu explained reasons for the increase.
It's not that the House Assembly are appropriating budgets to themselves or just, we had that conversation, and it's because we both agree and realize that we need to capture in the full budget, all of our financing options that we have deployed for the Blue Line and the Red Line projects, which we have raised sufficient funding for, and to be able to put up a level that will not also put pressure on our cash flow and on our debt sustainability.
The deficit financing, according to Governor Sanwo-Olu, would be from a combination of external and domestic loans and bonds. These are well within the state's fiscal sustainability parameters. The budget has a capital and recurrent expenditure ratio of 66.34, while the recurrent expenditure is 591.280 billion naira. The capital expenditure is 1.166 trillion naira, which brings the budget total size to 1.758 trillion naira.
The 2022 budget recognizes several other funded project transactions that are now being also accounted for using corporate transactions. There are IFC transactions, and there are some other, off-balance sheet transactions that we've all seen together, and that is what has given us this very well-detailed budget size.
House Speaker Chairman on Appropriation, Honorable Yishau Gbolahan, represented the Speaker, Mudashiru Obasa. Yishau explained that the estimate includes leftovers from previous allocations in the 2021 budget.
Yes, it is a budget of consolidation. And by the time the Commissioner for Economic Planning and Project probably goes through that budget, we realize that most projects that His Excellency have initiated are going to be completed.
Governor Sanwo-Olu had on Wednesday, November 24, 2021, presented the 2022 appropriation bill of over 1.38 trillion naira before members of the State House of Assembly for consideration and approval. The Lagos State government has assured that it would leave no stone unturned to ensure the full implementation of the 2022 budget. Commission represented 34% to maintain the 66. He said the 2022 budget analysis was a demonstration of the present administration's commitment to completing all ongoing projects.
The budget focuses quite heavily and deliberately by 66% on our capital spend around our infrastructure. Total revenue is estimated at 1.237 trillion, while deficit funding requirement is 521 billion.
Egube further gave analysis of the year 2022 budget estimates.
The total budget size of 1.75 trillion will be funded from a total revenue estimate of 1.2 trillion, which is broken down to as follows. Total internally generated revenue of 980 billion, Capital receipts, 142 billion, and federal transfers, 256 billion. 73.5%, representing 599 billion of the projected total internally generated revenue, is expected to be contributed by LRS, which is the Lagos State Internal Revenue Service.
The commissioner also gave a sectoral analysis of the 2022 budget.
For the general public service, the recurrent expenditure will be 181 billion, while the capital expenditure is 103 billion, totaling 284.7 billion, representing 16% of budget size. To public order and safety, we have 32.38 billion recurrent and 38.62 billion capital.
Earlier, the Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Sam Egube, appealed to citizens to participate in governance and fulfill their civic responsibilities by paying their taxes as and when due in order to ensure optimal performance of the budget. 2 sets of 10 Talgo trains have been acquired by the Lagos State government for the Red Line Rail project. This is in fulfillment of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration to make transportation easier, faster, and affordable. Governor Sanwo-Olu completed the acquisition deal of the trains at the Milwaukee facilities of Spanish train manufacturer Talgo Incorporated in the United States. The acting Milwaukee mayor, Cavalier Johnson, receives Governor Sanwo-Olu and his team to the city. The governor and his delegation inspect the interior design of the newly acquired Talgo trains with a speed limit of 330 km per hour. The intra-city metropolitan trains are a boost for the Red Line project to kick off.
A train is not something you just go on the shelf and pick up, right? And so we've been pretty challenged knowing where we can get, brand new trains like this. And so we're very, very lucky that our partnership and our conversations with some of our partners here started with Talgo about a month and a half ago. And because of Christmas and New Year, we couldn't, close it up. But I'm so excited that within the, in the first month of the year, we've been able to take a trip, a very deserving one for that matter. And we've seen our beautiful white and red train. Coincidentally, the rail line is called a red line. It's called a red line. And so you can see they've given us the colors of. So we're just going to brand it and put up our seal there.
Chief Executive Officer and President Talgo USA, Antonio Perez, warns against not putting the trains to use. He shows gratitude for the purchase. With a capacity of 500,000 passengers daily, the Red Line will have 11 stations and when completed, will be the first operational metro systems in West Africa. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, reporting for Plus TV Africa. Road Transport Workers Union is now to pay 800 naira as a consolidated levy to the Lagos State government. The agreement between the state and the transport union is a move to harmonize dues collected by the government from commercial motorists at parks and garages across the state. This is according to the Commissioner for Finance, Rabi Olowo. The official launch of the Consolidated Informal Transport Sector Levy has no doubt opened a new vista in the transportation business in Lagos State. Every commercial driver in the state will now pay 800 naira to be shared among government agencies and local governments. The Commissioner for Finance, Rabi Olowo, says the harmonized levy will help reduce multiple taxes, dues and levies to all agents of state.
Is to organize the collection process, to make it more structured, so that those collecting dues will not be running after vehicles, because ICANN do not run after me. NBA do not run after lawyers. So we have come together to say that we want to put in a structure of the collection process so that we can improve the look and feel of our transport sector. We want to reduce the multiplicity of taxes. People have complained a lot. You pay parking fees, you pay motor fees, you pay this and, and all sorts of taxes, dues, and levies, either due to government or association, this consolidated informal transport sector levy will consolidate all taxes, all dues, all levies due to government and association bodies.
In addition to this, we have seen some people, they are not local government staff, they are not national union, they are not road, they are called unknown agents. You see them flagging their stick, they be collecting money unreceipted. So if anybody say, I pay 3,000, I pay 1,000, they might not be lying. We have not sat down. How do we do? When I say, okay, if you are taking off from Badagry, just collect this 800 naira. If you like, go to Ikorodu 20 times. Once you flash that 800 naira, nobody in Ikorodu will ask you to pay another government levy again.
The chairman of the state's chapter of Road Transport Workers, Musilu Akinsoya, popularly known as MC Oluomo, seems to disagree with the arrangement.
I need tax because Tabave ṣe nǹkan mi, ó máa béèrè tax lọ́wọ́ wa. Union wa ò ní rí tax láti produce jáde. Ẹ ti understand? Òun ni ó ṣe gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ sí ojúkọ kò affect national union ticket. You understand? We no affect in national union ticket. Èwo tó affect ikọ̀ àgbà owó ìjọba tí wọ́n gbà ní park lójúkan kéré.
The process is built to take effect in February 2022. The security of lives and property of Lagosians, as enunciated in the security and governance pillar of the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu themes development agenda, seems not in doubt. Lagos can be said to be presently safer and more secure. With me on the program is the newly promoted Assistant Inspector General of Police, Hakeem Odumosu. Until his elevation last December 2021, he was the Commissioner of Police, Lagos State Command. And together, we shall be looking at security generally in Lagos State. You'll meet my guests right after this break. Please don't go away. Congratulations once again, AIG Hakeem Odumosu, on your promotion. And thank you for being with us on the Greater Lagos Vision.
Thank you. Good morning.
You're considered as being successful, one of the most successful CPs that Lagos State has had. You've recorded so much successes during your tenure. Tell us exactly, what is the experience like policing Lagos, a state like Lagos?
It was a collective participation that made Lagos to be. All the stakeholders in the security architecture in Lagos were co-opted to the security architecture of Lagos. And that's why Lagos has been successful. It's not a one-man show, and not only police show, because you know that security is everybody's business. My starting point was being able to let all stakeholders, bring them on board and let them know their relevance, their importance, and the need for them now to collaborate and assist us to succeed.
Tell us exactly how the themes agenda has been able to aid you in your job.
The team is succeeding in Lagos because there is security in Lagos. In education, the teachers can go to school, the students can go to school. So talk about traffic now, those in that traffic management now, so the last mile, the other can go and work successfully without anything. In the economy now, there is security. And that's why it's good to know that bank security in Lagos is one of the targets that I laid out, because we are able to prepare the ground, make the environment safe, and that's why every other policy of the government, both at the federal, the state, and local government now, could be executed because there is security.
You were at the Hello Chambers, I think last year, yes, you were there, and you addressed the members of the House. And there was something very striking that you said, that police in Lagos is not a tea party. Tell us exactly what you meant. How do you mean by that, sir?
It's not a tea party. And part of why it's not a tea party is what I've told you. Number one, I said I don't have family life. And I don't have social life. You can't be in Lagos now and have more of that.
the time is supposed to be the social life period now, and the period that the bad boys now want to plan. But once you are out on your own, and everybody says that, definitely. So coming to Lagos now, you should be ready to sacrifice. You should be ready to have a teamwork. You should be ready to leg work. Just like when I went to the House of Assembly, I went there to appreciate what I've done. Because I'm a police officer. As a police officer, I'm a law enforcement officer. I'm to enforce the laws passed by both the bylaws at the local council level, the state laws, as well as federal law by the National Assembly. If the laws are not there, that's what I'm going to do. So I need to thank them now, the powers of law that assisted us. And more importantly, the law on cultism, for example.
Now let's look at NSAS. It's something that every right-thinking Nigerian or Lagosians had wished never happened. The destructions, the killings, and most
properties of there are equally government properties, vehicles, but because of the nature of the job in Lagos now, because of the traffic in Lagos, because of our commitment to the job in Lagos, almost all of us will sleep in office. So when the NSAS issue came up now, and police stations were attacked, many personal effects of police officers were got in that. Many of their personal cars were, even their houses, even when they even succeeded in getting into the barracks, like also the barracks, all their wares were like Aja police station, where our barracks attached to it, everywhere went down, all the personal effects. So the trauma was much. But part of what we have signed for is sacrifices, if happens, at expense, even our life. We have that one behind our mind, that we are to serve the country. We are to be 100% loyal to the constitution of the country. And because of serving the country now, because of the hazards of the job now we should be prepared, and we are prepared to pay supreme price for the country. And that's what happened. So having this one behind, so we are not totally 100% devastated, because we knew along the line it's going to happen. And it has happened.
community policing, what is your take on it?
Community policing is very, very useful. Very, very. And that is part of the benefits that assisted me in policing Lagos. Because what's the population of police? The totality of police in Nigeria, compared with the Nigerian population, definitely we are not up to 1/4 of Nigerian population. Put all security agents together in this country. Let me talk about police precisely. Narrow down to police. Put all police officers in this country together. The totality of police in this country. We are not up to 1/4 of Nigerian population. I can tell for free that police in this country, we are not up to 1 million. Police in this country. And for what being speculated now, Nigeria is almost 100 million or more than that. So we are not to 1 million. So which means that we can never be everywhere. We need communities. Community policing, we need to catch them young in rural areas. So we even want the younger ones now to be involved in policing. I'm advocating. If at the primary secondary schools, yes, curriculum of primary secondary school, community policing. Right from the beginning. Once you start doing that one now, you're already introducing policing to them. You're already inculcating, so love, affection of police, the trust, you build that into them. And they too will now know that, the police will now know that all what I'm doing, this young lad knows. He knows my limitation. He knows what I should do, what I should not do. And that will serve as cautionary going to the police, so that police will not be in excess. So police officers are the catching and ignorance of members of the public and misbehave. But if all these things are taught right from the youth, you'll be able to bring everybody on. And it's going to assist. So through that one too now, some may develop interest in joining police in future. More than those who just decide to join police, maybe out of need. not out of interest. Just like any other profession. Not everybody that joins any profession will join out of interest. All professions in the world.
One of your dreams or wishes is to see that Lagos State, security in Lagos State is better than the way you met it. Now, what is your parting words to your officers and men as you move on? And would you say that that dream of yours has been achieved?
I can boldly say that I met Lagos and I'm leaving Lagos better, safer than. The handwritings are there. You just mentioned one now, there has never been any crime, bank robbery. It's an achievement. When I came into Lagos now, there was this issue of 1 million boys. Issue of Awawa. Terrorizing everywhere in Lagos. Even writing letters. Boldly, audaciously, giving letters to the community, we are coming so dates. We are coming so dates. It has been on the past in Lagos. You can't tell me there's 1 million boys anywhere operating in Lagos. You can't say there's, our boys, they're stopping. You can't say anybody now, for the past 1 year or so, that write letter. We are our boys. We have 15, 20 of us coming. If you like, call police. You can't say we armed robbers now write to communities. Write to that they are coming to attack them. Because of the strategy you put on. People now sleep with their eyes closed. And not only that one now, snoring. So I'm imploring my officers, those I'm leaving behind, in the service entirely, not only the Lagos, but Lagos in particular. Because I'm a Nigerian police force officer, not Lagos State police force officer. I'm only serving in Lagos. So to let them have the fear of God in policing. When you have the fear of God in policing, you'll be able to carry out other members of the public. Members of the public will see you now as somebody they can run to solve their security challenge problems. I have in mind that we are dealing with a fellow human being. We call it as blood running in his or her veins like us. Yes.
Thank you so much for your time with us on the Greater Lagos Vision.
God bless you. And I wish you more success.
That's all we have for you in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Lovey Kuku Oyeduku. Bye for now.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plusttvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be like, really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be like in terms of like the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up like your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of a totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
The Sahel extends almost 6,000 kilometers, 3,700 miles along the southern edge of the Sahara, from the Horn of Africa on the east to the western Atlantic coast. There's little rainfall in the Sahel, and farmers struggle to eke out a living in some of the harshest agricultural conditions on Earth. As climate change brings more intense droughts and degrades land in the Sahel, intercommunal violence over dwindling resources has increased. Much of the conflict is between herders and farmers who vie against each other to use the land for their own purposes. Some in the region have joined terrorist groups, militants linked to Islamic State and Al-Qaeda, who ride into villages on motorbikes and attack civilians indiscriminately. They wreak havoc and make parts of the region uninhabitable for civilians. While weak states and lack of development are big factors in the conflict, climate change is rarely discussed beyond the level of analysts and warnings from the UN. Unlike terrorists on motorbikes, climate change is a cause of the conflict people on the ground cannot see. But it is there. We travelled to Dori in northeastern Burkina Faso, where people are living on the front line of war and climate change. We wanted to find out how the invisible enemy of climate change is affecting people's lives and driving them from their homes. But first, we had to get there. Dori is the capital of Burkina Faso's war-torn Sahel province and home to thousands displaced by the conflict. The road from Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso's capital, to Dori is dangerous because of IEDs and pop-up terrorist checkpoints. Just 5 kilometers outside Dori, terrorists have attacked civilians and UN vehicles multiple times this year. Bagai Lamizana grew up in Burkina Faso. Today she's based in Bonn, Germany, as project officer for the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification.
Climate change is a kind of invisible enemy in the Sahel conflict. UK Ministry of Defense say that 60 million people will migrate from degraded land, part of Africa, if nothing is done. I think neighboring countries and Europe can see this migration affecting them.
Migration manifests itself in different ways in the Sahel. Some people, as farming becomes impossible, move to the cities in hope of finding work, but often they end up with low-paying jobs or living in poverty. Some of those migrants in turn begin to move further afield, often to Europe. They take trafficking routes through Niger, Algeria, Libya, and then take boats across the Mediterranean. The crisis in the Sahel has displaced nearly 3.5 million people, according to the UN. We met Zara Ureta, living in a host community on the edge of Dori. She's one of the 1.3 million internally displaced people in Burkina Faso. Zara came to Dori from Arbinda, a town about 60 kilometers away, where extremists regularly terrorized the communities, killing men, women and children. An attack on Arbinda in August left more than 80 people dead. She describes the raid that led her to flee Arbinda 2 years ago.
Il n'y a pas ce qu'on, puisqu'on pensait même qu'on ne va même pas sortir, puisqu'il y a deux fois, il y a des balles perdues là même, c'est pas facile quoi. Voilà. En tout cas, ce qu'on pensait là, on pensait que c'était bon, la fin du monde seulement, puisque les bruits de feu là, c'était trop. On a fui rentrer dedans, jusqu'à bon, les feux, bon, on n'entendait plus les coups de feu. Maintenant, on est sorti au dehors. Quand on est sorti au dehors, bon, on entendait des nouvelles qui n'est pas bon en tout cas. Ce qu'on a tiré plus de... Ce jour-là, on a tiré plus de 18 personnes. Mais tout ça s'était passé, c'est dans le marché, puisque c'était un jour de marché. Ils ont rentré la première fois. Puisque ça fait que moi-même, je ne me sens pas. J'ai des ulcères, ça fait même. Deux fois, même si j'entends cri ou bien quelque chose comme ça me rappelle de ce qui s'est passé à Arbinda. Je suis une femme mariée, j'ai 5 enfants. Bon, des fois aussi, en tout cas, c'est que je fais le commerce, je fais le levage aussi. Bon, je fais travaux de ménage, travail de ma famille. Je m'occupe de mon mari et de mes enfants aussi.
In the years before she fled Arbinda, she noticed the weather starting to change. It diminished usable land and forced the community to change too.
Avant, il pleuvait, mais aujourd'hui, en tout cas, il ne pleut pas. Les gens mangeaient en famille, quoi. Et puis surtout, les enfants respectaient les grands. Les grands aussi respectaient les enfants. Les gens venaient, ils soutenaient. Par exemple, les baptêmes comme ça, les gens venaient, ils soutenaient.
Zara says that tensions between herder and farmer communities have increased, shattering the unity that once existed. Salem is also a migrant who fled terrorism. Like thousands of others in Burkina Faso, he's joined a state-backed militia group known as the Volunteers for the Defence of the Homeland. They act as auxiliaries and local guides for the military, but they've also been accused of carrying out extrajudicial killings against civilians they believe are linked to terrorists.
Pagla kam koda me sakda gulo sakda wala kodo butotor sakda pihla La terroriste huwa wa. Baras kale tien ko jende. Gulo kale tien gole. Ko kale tien ko ye. Ab ki ha ton pil sora. Kom la ko yudu. La nimbana. E kwal kale tien karmi. Lo tori yi kale be. Terroriste namba huwa ton nimbuide. Lebra nimbana kan tar ton pisla. Ton ko ta songre. On ka mi be pisi ton he te yo rapport ton ka yo rapport ton ni gon ta yo rapport wakat le nem tien tien da bage yo ba yi kon lore tiam ta mi ti ka wa ne ba jin kan yi kon lore la be ya tie se ye yam ka mi Kita pun wat na zabu na kami ngati fo bang dot na zabu ni fo. Pise model la katin bangi. Obse sa kana na kami ngang waton na bangam te bam la wata. La problème am pam ton jini sa. Ya lingri. Le problème de l'embuscade, l'embuscade, on ne rien de convoi. Là, il y a un moment. On a la terre, on a c'est ça, on a ça, on a pile fort. La tonne cahier, ton hand, c'est ton net, tiens, à nage, tiens.
Having lived in Burkina Faso for 2 years now, I've borne witness to some of the worst effects of climate change anywhere in the world. It's a big factor in this country's conflict. Step outside of Ouagadougou and into the countryside and you'll find vast numbers of internally displaced people living in extreme poverty. There are IEDs on the roadside, terrorists roam the countryside freely. The state is unable to provide security with an overstretched military and people are living in fear. It seems where people clamour for resources diminished by climate change, they go into fight or flight mode.
For those who want to fight, it means joining terror groups. Those groups mostly do not have a religious ideology as their primary aim. Instead, they're financially motivated. They're looking for resources to survive, resources that are being diminished by climate change. For others, like Salem, the effect of climate change means joining a local self-defense militia to try and fight back against the militants. But even he had to leave his hometown, just like Zara Oretta. Resources are simply becoming too scarce, and it's too unsafe to stay. All of them are bound by the same thing, the enemy they cannot see, the man-made warming of the planet. Climate change contributes to conflict, and conflict leads to migration on an unprecedented scale in the Sahel. Analysts say the Sahel is a prototype for what will soon start happening in other parts of the globe as climate change continues and nothing is done. But aside from the devastation, people in the Sahel want to take back control of their futures.
What is the narrative of the Sahel which we could put out there? The Sahel is not only the land where it's a black doom and dying. It's a land of opportunities, having the two faces of the coin, not only the dark one, but also the lightened one. It's a region where you had the great kingdoms. It's a region where you have a vibrant youth. It's a region where you have a massive natural resources. Climate change is not just happening in the Sahel or in Africa. It's a global issue. And it's undermine health, it undermine agriculture, peace, security, in employment, and even economy. So by bringing together and intervening the political will with the action on the ground, we could really change a bit the narrative of the Sahel and give hope.
Ce que, en tout cas, moi, je pense tôt ou tard, en tout cas, il y aura la paix. Et moi-même, je souhaite que la paix règne sur cette terre. C'est ce qui, en tout cas, je prie Dieu chaque fois et que je demande à Dieu que la paix règne pour que toute personne déplacée puisse retourner dans son coin et que la vie continue comme avant.
Et tondo kota wende ti tonno kamba to lebaran dik tonna ha ton nawre bala tondo ya buri kyon ya buri kimbi la patrie où la mort nous vaincrons.
Zamani ushanga ambayo tulikuwa tunashona. Ushanga alikuwa anashona, ninashonea hii kidole, ninashonea masikio, ninashonea shingo. Hatuna biashara yoyote ya kuwa tunauza ushanga. Utauzia wapi? Sina juu pahali ambapo unajua. Hata tulikuwa hatujui kwanza ushanga unauzwa. Tuuzie nani?
Kina mama wa Kimasai alikuwa atoka afanya kazi kwengine, maana kuna majukumu ya nyumbani. Yeye ndio anatafuta kuni, yeye ndio anatafuta maji, yeye ndio anaenda sokoni kununua chakula ya watoto. Kazi ya mzee ni kung'ang'ana na mifugo. Najua mifugo iko mara ngapi? Mara 3. Kuna ng'ombe, kuna mbuzi, kuna ndama wale wadogo. Sasa kazi ya waume ni kazi ya mifugo peke yao. Kwa hiyo sio rahisi mama atoke aende afanye kazi kwingine, maana mzee akitoka kama anaenda kung'ang'ana na mifugo yake, anayobaki pale nyumbani ni mama. Kwa hiyo si rahisi apate nafasi ya kwenda kufanya kazi.
Mama tu ni kukaa tu kuangalia mali na kukamua na kupika basi. Mzee alikuwa anashughulika mambo zingine sote.
Sasa akishika ng'ombe mmoja ama 2 na ana mahali nzuri anafuga, kwa miaka 10 utakuja kuta hiyo ng'ombe 2 imefika ng'ombe 50. Maana ndio kazi yao. Lakini sasa kulingana na hali ya anga vile ilivyo, imekuwa ngumu pia wafuga hivyo.
There was a lot of slash and burn agriculture in this area. People could just cut down forests. We had natural water pans in the forests, but those water pans have already dried up. We had some rivers which were flowing down from the top of the hill, and that water could stay for a longer time. But these days, those rivers are no longer there. This is because of the change of weather patterns, and it's because people have destroyed the forest.
Saa hii huwezi kupata mzee ako na ng'ombe 100 hapa. Kwa mfano mimi ndio nawaongoza. Niko na bibi 2 Niko na wakasa wanangu, bibi za vijana wangu 4, kwa hiyo jamii yote kwa kina mama ni 6 na ng'ombe haifiki hata 20. Silikufa hata imebaki kama ng'ombe 15 hivi. Sasa una shida ukigawanya hizo ng'ombe 15 kwa hao kina mama kwa kila nyumba pale.
Anyasa na lenyoroi. Anya na ribanga samu kutunyabu. Anyebo nwenga. Musa kwa juu kasi nyingine, kasi yake tu ni ya mfugo. Ikitaka chakula mpaka ause mfugo. Sasa hizo mfugo ndio hizo sasa hausiki. Sasa tutabaki tu kuangaliana na hao wa mabibi zetu. Ndio sasa naweza patia ruhusa, si ndio nimekuja sasa kupatia ruhusa sasa. Aenda afanye hizo mamradi. Ndio sasa tuangalia kama atapata kitu kidogo ya kulete nyumbani. Halete chakula nyumbani. Hiyo shida ya mume wangu vile amekuja paka akaja kaaga imeletwe ni hiyo. Kumbe kitu ambayo unaizamini unaifanya kama mtoto. Mzee wangu ameanza peresha hapo na mwisho wake amekuja kwangu kuchukuliwa ni hiyo peresha. Amejamu tu kumpeleka Voi hapa na ikawa ya kwake imeisha. Na peresha imekuja kwa ile mfugo yake. Watoto kama hawa wote ng'ombe zimeisha. Nitawapa nini? Tunenda tukashonee wazungu hizi bangili. Gari za wazungu zinakuja kama hapa, maana ilikuwa gari za wazungu zinakuja. Unaweka pale. Unanunuliwa penginepo, maana penginepo una nyumba moja ni shilingi 500 wala shilingi 300. Unakimbia, unajua mtoto wako atakula nini? Atakula nini?
Mwanaume sasa Kimasai sasa akifika mahali yeye anachua watoto. Aisee, hiyo ndio inakuwa ngumu. Lakini sasa mama sasa ndio akaona kazi. Na asipoenda hatutapata kitu. Itabidi tuvumilie. Na bado kuna shughuli za mifugo pia wadogo hao hajatoka. Pia unaangalia pia hapo. So tumekuta sasa sisi wanaume tumekuwa na kazi nyingi nyumbani kwa sababu mama kutoka kwenda kwa kazi yao ya kikundi.
Kitambo wasee ndio wanatafuta wamama wakaa kwa nyumba, nakamua, naosha hiyo kibuyu yetu ya kukamua maziwa, alafu nafanya kazi yao kwa nyumba. Msee naenda kutafuta jioni na kuja kukula, nafanya kazi wa boma. Lakini siku hizi wamama ndio wanatafuta, wasee siku hizi hakuna kazi. Angalia tu watoto, mbuzi, ndio watoto ndogo ya ndama, alafu mimi naenda kutafuta na kuja kukula wote na yeye.
Wanataka mind zao zimepanuka sasa. Wamekuwa na mindset tofauti. Wanataka amke, asimamie wengine, wanataka kwenda mbele.
Naona kichwa ya boma ni mwanamke. Kwa nini si kwambia hivyo mtoto wangu? Naona wajukuu wangu anatoka huko, wachija. Anakimbia kuliko aende akamwambie babake nimepukuzwa skuli. Anakimbia hata kama ni kumsalamia, anamsalamia tu kwa.
Sasa ni najenga nyumba yangu. Najenga nyumba ya kupanga. Sasa hiyo kazi imekuwa mzuri sana. Naona kwa nyumba yangu iko sawa. Hata kwa familia yangu. Maana kama naweza kupata pesa, hata mamangu naweza kupata kitu kidogo. Ndugu zangu sina kula wote.
Maisha yangu sasa hii imebadilika sana. Kwa sababu vile nimeona maisha imebadilika. Watoto wanaenda mbele. Kwa sababu hii pesa ambayo napata naendeleza watoto wangu kwa masomo. Na naendeleza kwa kila kitu, kwa sababu nguo ya shule mimi naendeleza. Sasa nimeona mbali sana kwa sababu watoto wameenda shule kubwa sana. Na kwa sababu ya hiyo miradi yangu.
Kule tumetoka tunataka tu hiyo nguo ambayo tumelikuwa tumelalia tuitupe. Tunataka nguo mpya. Tunataka mabadiliko. Ndio tunataka.
When Zimbabwean Tinashe Nyamudoka left his homeland for South Africa, he had never tasted wine. Now, 11 years later, he's a renowned sommelier and the star of a documentary that premiered at New York's Tribeca Film Festival 3 weeks ago.
None of us had ever tasted.
Blind Ambition follows Zimbabwe's first 4 sommeliers to take part in the prestigious Blind Wine Tasting Championships in France in 2017 and 2018.
It's like the Olympics of wine tasting.
The 4 men had left Zimbabwe at the height of the country's economic crisis in search of work and have gone on to become among the best wine tasters in South Africa.
Obviously, the first year we didn't do well, but the following year, having to beat the great wine nations like the US, the UK, I think that's one of the best moments. And I think that traveling into the wine world with guys you are so acquainted with and drinking good wines, I mean, it's just...
Warwick Ross, one of the Australian producers of Blind Ambition, said the 4 sommeliers have disrupted the prevailing wisdom that people with wine knowledge are predominantly white.
That fascinated us, and we really wanted to see what happened and wanted to follow these guys as they challenged that white wine world.
Blind Ambition clinched the Audience Award for Best Documentary at Tribeca.
The best palates in the world.
As for Nyamudoka, he launched his own wine label at the end of 2017.
It took a while to get traction, but once people really got into wine, man, it's been doing phenomenally well. I have to be humble and honest and grateful about it.
The man who was uprooted from his country named his brand Kumusha, meaning home or origin in Shona.
Where I've come from, and
now his wines are spread across the globe.
I think I actually do believe in destiny.
Nyamudoka says they are selling out in the United States, Kenya, Holland and Zimbabwe. And soon he'll start exporting to Nigeria and Britain.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Good evening, I'm Tolu Ojeomi. This is the news update. As the 2023 elections draw near, there are plans and conversations concerning candidates, parties, and their strategies. In a discussion session with a professor of political economy and the author of the book, Why Not, Professor Pat Utomi, the need for young people to be more rational than emotional was emphasized. He's of the opinion that forming an alliance of dedicated and determined youths would kick the bad eggs out.
Politically, they're spending far too much time on Twitter abusing each other rather than acting rationally together. That's the point I was trying to make. That in our time, we didn't quarrel that much based on those kinds of things. Now, by the way, I was not part. Well, I shouldn't say I wasn't part. The third force thing, because I ran under APC in 2019, I ran for office. So I could not have been in the third force, but I encouraged it. What happened in 2019 with the group, first and foremost, was there was too much ego tripping on the part of many of the people who came up. That's okay, that's human. But also, the APC and PDP, their machine was still much better oiled back then. We don't have any excuse if we don't chase these guys out next year, because their machines have cracked, engines have knocked, and we need to organize, and we are organizing. I don't like to call it third force. I like to call it the alternative platform, because I think that APC, PDP are one party. The alternative people's-based party. If you will, a construction of a coalition of women. And we saw what happened last week in the National Assembly. This class has contempt for women. They have contempt for young people. They have contempt for intellectuals. Just construct an alliance of these groups with
of a burial ceremony in Ondigbo village in the South local government area of Anambra State and abducted one person. It was not clear who was being buried, but our correspondent gathered that gunmen targeted vigilante operatives who were at the ceremony to provide security during the event late on Friday. The attack is coming less than 20 days after a similar one occurred in Ebenebe community where about 20 people were killed. It was said to be the burial of a member of a rival cult group. No fewer than 11 persons, mostly elderly women, have been abducted by gunmen at Shimfida village in Jibia local government area of Katsina State. They were abducted on their way to joining other residents who earlier ran to a refugee camp for safety after the village came under attack by a group of gunmen suspected to be bandits. The assailants invaded the village last night Those kidnapped virtually lacked the capacity to leave at the time most residents fled to safety due to their physical strength and some health conditions. 12 people were burned to death in a fatal accident that occurred on Saturday at Ote on the Ilorin-Bomosho Express Road. The accident was as a result of a head-on collision between a commercial Toyota Hummer bus and a Volvo trailer loaded with cement. According to the FRSC and the Kwara State Fire Service, it occurred at about 7 in the morning at Ote in the Asa local government area of the state. 6 of the passengers were, however, rescued alive, but with burnt injuries, while the remaining 12 were burnt beyond recognition. Poor nutrition costs Nigeria over $1.5 billion in the GDP of every year, threatening the health of citizens and the economic potential of the nation. Fortifying staple foods with key vitamins and minerals is one of the most scalable, sustainable, and cost-effective tools to combating malnutrition in Nigeria and even worldwide. This was the main thrust of the 4th Annual Nigerian Food Processors and Nutrition Leadership Forum to announce progress in fortifying stable foods with essential vitamins and minerals. Justin Akadoi has more.
At the 4th Annual Nigerian Food Processing and Leadership Forum, data showing significant progress in the fortification of staple foods in Nigeria was presented. During the last 4 years, the forum has experienced increased engagement by the federal government and CEOs of Nigeria's largest food processing companies, resulting in years of steady progress. The data presented at the forum, which was chaired by Aliko Dangote, demonstrated sustained fortification compliance for some key micronutrients and a decline for others, largely due to supply chain issues caused by the pandemic of COVID-19. Also, the issue of the Russia-Ukraine crisis came to the fore with a specific mention of wheat production.
It's not a false claim, and I'm sure that NAFDAC has also been working on this because we've got several visits from NAFDAC on this issue. So it's not a wasted question, and we are on top of it. We are also working on not just the saturated fats, we're also working on use of multi-purpose tankers and trailers in conveying vegetable oil, and we are working with NAFDAC on that.
As of today, prices of wheat have gone up. Now, there's a lag in the system that comes because of inventory controls and inventory management, but it is something that we need to be sitting down with government today to discuss about what measures can we put in place to alleviate what is coming down the road.
Russia and Ukraine, they do almost about 13% of the world's urea and then 26% of the world's potash. And then phosphate also, they are one of the largest in the world. So, and that though has actually, gone up. There will be scarcity of food generally, because people will not be able to access fertilizers going forward. And we will not see the effect now, but in the next 2-3 months, this thing is going to show.
Fortifying staple foods has been proven to be one of the most cost-effective and scalable tools to combat malnutrition and save lives.
Coming up next on our Street Views, Nigerians express concerns over maintenance culture of government infrastructure. Take a listen.
Actually, I'm not satisfied with the way we handle government properties and equipments in the country. Take, for instance, if you look at our roads, when the roads are constructed, they are always good. We will celebrate, but in the next 2-3 years, come and look at the road again, everything it will be something else. There will be potholes, there will be this, and there will be all over the road. Even the street lights will no longer, you see the bulbs are not working again. And that is because we lack this maintenance culture in Nigeria.
They leave these things to totally decay just in order to allocate unnecessary cash to do them, such that they can siphon this cash at the end of the day. Now, so when they are supposed to maintain this, when they are when the decay is very little, they don't do it. Do you get? So once something that's supposed to fix with very little cash, when they start seeing the decay, they don't do it. They allow it to totally collapse so that they can allocate money such that it can benefit their pocket. That's what they do. So maintenance culture is basically zero. We pray that we don't suffer dearly for our negligence.
Government facilities are poorly managed, are poorly maintained because there are no checks and balances, and also because of the bureaucracy nature of governance. You know, for you to even just get somebody to come and clean the place, you need to get an approval from one director from Abuja. One director needs to send approval to one, you know. So the bureaucracy process is really one of the factors that is also affecting the maintenance culture of government facilities.
Now we move to other parts of Africa. Zambia's former president, Rupia Banda, has died at the age of 85. That's after a long battle with colon cancer. His son, Andrew Banda, announced the former leader's death. Rupia Banda was Zambia's fourth leader since independence from Britain, served for 3 years from 2008, a term remembered for economic growth and corruption allegations. Let's move outside Africa. Shells damaged the Mykolaiv Regional Cancer Center, according to video uploaded to a social media website on Friday. The video shared by the head of the Mykolaiv Health Department, Maxim Beznosenko, showed damaged pavements, debris, broken windows, and damage to the walls of the building. The center posted on its Facebook page on Saturday, saying that the center continued to provide specialist treatment to patients despite the attack by Russian forces. The building and the pictures and video matches images of the regional cancer center posted online prior to the invasion. The regional governor of Mykolaiv said Russian forces were shelling the port city on Saturday. Now, business news. We have something for you on power. The federal government said it is working on more firm gas supply contracts for the power sector. It's backed by improved liquidity and will also complete the Zongero hydro plant and others in a bid to improve the power supply in Nigeria at the moment. This was disclosed by the Minister of Power, Mr. Abubakar Aliyu, in a statement shared by Special Advisor to the President on Infrastructure, San Turakin Kazori, on Friday. The Special Advisor hinted that gas supply disruptions due to sabotage and unplanned maintenance in places like Calabar and Ibom Power have exacerbated the issues. Entertainment news. The governor of Niger State, Sani Bello, has announced that a major financial group has partnered the state government to boost tourism in the state. According to a statement sent to reporters, the decision of the foreign investor to invest in the Shagano Beach Resort was the outcome of Governor Bello's foreign investment drives in recent times. Located in the Bogu local government area of the state, the resort has been a major investment center. He went on to say that the project, which is conceived as a public-private partnership on build, operate, and own model, is aimed at putting the state on the global tourism map while boosting its internally generated revenue. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel, PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I'm Tolu Ojeomi. Thanks for watching. Good evening.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on PlusTvAfrica, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nigerian female artists have shown growth and made a remarkable impact in their music careers. The process of thriving, staying relevant and consistent with music hits in the Nigerian industry that is so competitive is not as easy as these female artists make them seem. The following artists, in no particular order, have worked hard for their career success, which in turn has then made them top favorites. First off on the list is Tiwa Savage. Tiwa Savage, also known as Mommy Jam Jam, was already a major success by the time her debut Once Upon a Time arrived in 2013. She continued releasing hits throughout the following decade and expanded her global reach, performing at international festivals and venues and appearing on the 2019 soundtrack The Lion King: The Gift. With releases like her 2020 Cecilia and of course the latest 2021 Water and Gary EP, her sound grew to incorporate vintage Afrobeat influences, while her lyrics have become more socially conscious and female empowering. I mean, people can't seem to get enough of her most recent 2021 music hits featuring iconic American female artist Brandy, titled Somebody's Son.
Somebody's son go find me one day. I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day, somebody's son go love me one day. One day, I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day, yeah.
Coming in at number 2 on the list is Mama Africa, as Yemi Alade is popularly known, which obviously can be argued was derived from her flamboyant display of African fashion she has consistently stuck to throughout her career. I mean, in 2016, she was named brand ambassador for African Fashion Week Nigeria and African Fashion Week London, respectively. But away from fashion, she is a Nigerian Afro-pop singer and songwriter who emerged in 2009 as the winner of the popular Pig Talent Show. After the Pig competition, she released her debut single Fimisile later that year. A deal with the Efizi Music Group yielded the 2013 international massive hit song Johnny. With over 138 million views on YouTube alone and counting, which was included on her debut album King of Queens in 2014. A mix of reggae, R&B, rap and Afropop, the album featured a number of collaborations between notable producers and guest artists like Fino and of course Chidima. Her follow-up album Mama Africa was released in 2016 and featured the singles Do As I Do and Ferrari. A companion EP, Mama Afrique, followed in 2017, and to be very honest, she has not slowed down ever since in her music journey of conquering Africa with her indigenous sound till this very moment.
When my money no dey complete, when my rising no get me so, when my life no dey jolly, but now.
Number 3 is Tenny. Nigerian singer and songwriter Tenny is known for uplifting, stylistically eclectic songs that stand apart from her Afropop contemporaries. She first came into prominence in 2018 when a series of songs, including Case, found a streaming audience numbering in the millions. Her debut EP, Billionaire, followed in 2019. She signed with Magic Finger Records to release her first song, Amen, in 2016. Moving to Dr. Dollar's Entertainment in the following year, her second track, Virgin, found a broader audience, and the year 2018 brought mainstream hits like Case and, of course, the very likable Uyomeyo. She presented her first EP, Billionaire, in 2019 and was nominated for a BET Awards for Best New International Act and an MTV Europe Music Award for Best African Act. Still with Dr. Dollar, Tenny teamed up with DJ Neptune on the next year's The Quarantine Playlist EP.
Wanna make love on the moon, dancing to my tunes. Easy too much, it's not too much. I wanna be a forest, if wishes were horses. Easy too much, it's not too much.
Coming in as number 4, Tems is a Nigerian Alte R&B singer, songwriter, and record producer. She is what you can refer to as the new kid on the block, but with a massive success. Since 2018, local hits like Mr. Rebel, Try Me, and of course the striking EP for Broken Ears have earned her prominence from within Nigeria's Alte scene, alternative music and fashion subculture that has both chaffed against and filtered with the mainstream. Now, the stunning global One in a Million blow up Rich of Essence featuring Wizkid has been nothing but transformative for Tems' career. Tems also appeared on Certified Lover Boy, the Drake album. Yes, the American rapper Drake. Tems featured on Drake's album that has topped the US and UK charts this month on the song Fountains.
I don't know why you're the one. Turn me out of my mind. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body.
And finally, coming as number 5 is Simi. Simi is an award-winning Nigerian female music artist with years of experience under her belt. Her professional music career started in 2008 following the release of her first debut studio album titled Ogaju in 2008, which contains songs like Iya Temi and Araele, with the entire musical production from Sam Clef. In 2016, Simi released an EP with Fowls titled Chemistry and followed it up in September of 2017 with her very own sophomore album Simi Sola, which was a hit, making it at number 5 on Billboard World Music Charts.
The album also debuted at number 1 on both Apple Music and iTunes charts and held that position for 3 weeks.
Apart from staying steady on her game as a singer and songwriter, she can also be credited with mixing and mastering her now husband Adekunle Gold's debut studio album, Gold.
Shall we get assignment? So far, enjoy forever. But you don't pay attention to the intimidation she dey face. No be like water. You don't get
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are a treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican President Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, it's flowing down. So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, this is lion. A lion represents a king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
We're not getting it right in our homes. Parenting has gone wrong. I think if we're going to question the children, we need to question parents.
Nigerians, we've just lost our moral compass.
Yes.
We don't seem to know the difference between right and wrong.
Yes.
In my view, you don't become a good leader because you're in government. You must be a good follower. You must be a good leader from the bottom.
Elections are rigged all over the world. They're rigged. So Nigeria is not peculiar. And when you think that, oh, they're going to rig so it doesn't matter, then obviously they have the chance to do that.
We need, at this point, you see, there are a lot of people at the bottom who know what is right. but they don't do anything about it. They only complain. We need to start massing up such people. That's what I was talking about. We can't change the top if we don't start influencing our immediate environment. You who knows what is right.
Welcome to another interesting episode of Space and Style. It's a television show designed to provide realistic solutions for all your real estate needs by providing you with trends, tips, and also engaging experts to discuss topical issues affecting the industry. My name is Olamide Onifade, as you know, and on the show today we're also still talking to our expert from last week discussing the intricacies of home insurance. We shall also share some interior design tips with you to keep you abreast of various trends in the interior designs fair. On the property of the week, we'll also showcase a property that we hope to inspire you to join the real estate ladder if you have not. And lastly, the artisan spot, where we will be talking to an artisan on his craftsmanship. So sit back and ensure that you enjoy the show. Welcome to the Expert Insight, and Dr. Ayodeji Johnson is still in the studio with us again this week for the concluding part of the intricacies of home insurance. Recall that Dr. Ayodeji Johnson is a seasoned professional in the insurance industry with a proven track record of over 24 years. He has worked with companies such as Guinea Insurance PLC, the Nigerian General Insurance Company Limited, ICO Insurance, Mutual Benefits Insurance, ARM Life PLC, and J. Akinjudge & Co., amongst many other firms. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you for having me again. I'm excited to be here.
And I enjoyed last week's topic. I really enjoyed it. So, taking it from last week, I hear insurance brokers, insurance companies, and I wonder, why do we have brokers? What do they do? And why do insurance companies use them?
Okay, so the role of the brokers is actually to be able to explain the fine prints and then help you take the worries off you about insurance. So basically what they do, because they are experts in their own rights, they understand the wordings of the policy, they understand various policies that each individual needs, and they're able to advise individuals based on that knowledge. So, and the beauty about this is the person buying the policy does not pay the brokers.
Oh, it's the insurance company
that pays? Yes, it's the insurance company that pays. So if I get the transaction off you, I don't charge you for doing all of those services. It is where I take the business to. So for bringing the business to them, they pay me.
But a lot of quacks masquerading as brokers. When it's time for your claim payouts, you don't see them. How can I decipher who is a proper and an accredited broker?
The brokers have an umbrella body, which is the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers. We have a secretariat at the National Secretariat at Sabo Yaba. And then we've got area offices across the country, where we have area committee chairmen that supervises these brokers. So once anybody comes to you and they are not part of this body, it's always very likely that you won't be able to get a lot of things out of them when a claim occurs. I'm not saying there are no professionals out there that are not members of the Nigerian Council of Registered Brokers, but we've always admonished everybody to be part of this. Now, we also have the National Insurance Commission that regulates all insurance practices, and we also fall under that. So for you to have any registered insurance broker come to you, be rest assured that your claims will be dealt with when they come up.
So why do claims take long to be processed? It takes forever.
claims usually do not take forever. Now, if you've been told to provide items A to E to be able to process your claim, and you only do items A, B, and E, leaving C and D out, there's no way your claims will be processed. The C and D might be police reports, might also be your, estimate of repairs. Without all of this, there's no way anybody will be able to successfully process your claims. So if you've been told, do this, please follow it. And I can assure you, insurance company pays claims within 1 week.
Are you kidding?
I am telling you.
Are you kidding?
I am telling you. I've got testimonials. One of the things the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers is trying to do right now is even to have a compendium of all of these claims that's been paid, things that we're trying to do right now. That's part of the cardinal points for the new presidents that's just coming.
So I've seen times when active insurance policyholders get their policies cancelled by companies. What can inform that? Why would an insurance policy, an insurance company cancel my claim, my policy?
Your policy, great. So I told you before that you needed to fill a proposal form. Now you fill the proposal form. If you were dishonest at any time within that period, even though a contract has been issued to you, by the time it's discovered that